90% of his income is specifically going to go to the family. And that would be justice. I would prefer that.
I do like a restitution of that magnitude. But given the case that inspired this conversation, as well as the case you gave me, kid, 16 years old, brand new license, drinks, gets behind the wheel of a car, kills a family of 4. I personally, just my not an ought claim. This is just how I feel about the situation, and I'm a very nuclear option guy. We're talking capital punishment here. Eye for an eye. You took 4 lives. It's unfortunate you only have the one to give, but we're taking yours.
Yeah, and I would echo that with Genesis 9:6. That echoes the same sentiment, because man was made in the image of God. If any man kills another man, so shall his blood be shed. Go ahead, Emmett.
Pause.
I just want to say,
I know that was Navy Bree. Thank you, Navy Bree, for the $5. One moment, I'm going to go ahead and floss.
Awesome, Bree. Thank you. We needed another floss. Look at those hips move.
All right, there's your floss. Thank you.
The top not bounce. Emmett was going to chime in.
Yeah, I'm not going to stay because I will.
The day you become monetized, I'm going to send you $100 super chat.
Everybody the N-word, so I'm not going to do it. But I just wanted to say to Shadow, hey, my favorite whitey. Ooh. So yeah, that was my.
What's up, Darky?
Today. Okay.
What's up, Darky?
Honorary whitey boy.
Emmett's dark.
Destroy them for me because I just yeah.
Emmett is blacker than I am.
Whitey boy.
I tried to name my followers Darkies, but YouTube wasn't having it.
Oh shit! So when you get monetized and you get subscriptions, I definitely need you to name all your subscribers Darkies.
You can't.
I will be the first.
YouTube filtered it out when I tried to type "Hello, Darkies." You wouldn't let it go through.
Wait, make me a mod. I bet I can do it.
That's why I have to call you guys weirdos. Take it or leave it. Continue on, gentlemen. Shut up, lady.
Can I step in on this real quick? Because there's a lot of people talking, and I need y'all to understand what my positioning is. Because a lot of people believe that I'm defending Anthony because he's black, and I hate white people. And people who know me understand how stupid that argument is with me. But here's the thing. I am in Texas. In fact, I'm not only in Collin County, I'm in Frisco specifically.
Okay.
I can't pass a car without seeing the "Don't Tread on Me" sticker, because it means something here. Here's the issue, and the true issue. I believe Carmelo got sentenced not because of the fact that he didn't defend himself, but because he had a really shoddy defense. And here's why. Before anybody tries to contest me, let me explain why I believe the totality of the circumstances would have actually given room for his accurate stand your ground rule. Because a lot of people don't understand. The video has actually been seen of the actual altercation. Of the 8.5 minutes before Austin put his hands on him the first time. We're not even talking about the second lift. I'm talking about the first time specifically.
Right.
So in Texas, we have something, people use the equated force, right? Well, there's equivalent force and then there's disproportional force. In Texas, if you are being jumped, it is called disproportional force. So if me and you were to get in a fist fight, regardless of our strength and training level, it's considered equal force at that point, right? But let's say you're a martial artist and you dunk me on my head, and then you start grounding and pounding me, right? I have the right to literally X you right then and there.
Yes.
Because it is no longer just a fight. There's a disproportionate balance there. So I could justifiably be in fear of my safety, right? Specifically of extreme physical harm. True or false?
I agree with you. Yes, true.
Okay. Let me build my case. Granted, I wasn't his lawyer, but let me make the case for Carmelo, correct? So, and number one, It was raining on the stadium. In Texas Stadium, we have metal bleachers that go up about 150 feet. Where these tents were, the tents were at a school event, correct?
Yep.
Texas school events are public to students. Would you agree?
I mean, I believe so. I'll take your word for it.
They should be, and I ask because I'm arguing it legally. The answer is actually yes. I would have brought the school superintendent to explain why Carmelo was allowed where he was at the time. A lot of people say, well, that's not what matters. It does, because the initial confrontation was when Austin Hunter and their two other friends approached him in the V line. Austin goes to the left to the right side, Hunter goes to the right. And their two friends flanked. And y'all, I can speak flanking because y'all know what I mean.
Yeah.
So in that moment, they start arguing as high school kids do. We're boys. We're going to talk to each other. Fair? Talking isn't threatening, right? Even if I'm telling you, I want to, hey, keep talking and I'm going to beat your ass. That's still not threatening you, right? We're still just shooting the shit. It could be aggressive, but it's not dangerous yet, right?
Correct.
So when Austin actually said, we're going to either move, everybody says he got asked to leave 15 times. Number one, in Texas, we have no obligation to retreat, ever. That is not a circumstance for stand your ground, which is the argument that should have been made. Self-defense wasn't even made. So that's number one. Number two, the only way that my self-defense would be outlined is if I was not allowed to be where I was. I've already established that the superintendent can easily establish that I actually was allowed to be there, right?
Right.
Okay. Number two, there was disproportional force in the approach. Granted, no force had been applied. I can agree with that. You can too, right? They just approached him.
I agree with that, no.
Oh, okay, explain.
Well, he came. My understanding is he came to their tent and was in their like space, and he had every opportunity to go away.
Okay, fair. Number one, despite it being their tent, that tent was school property, correct?
Correct.
He was allowed to be within that school property. True?
Incorrect.
How so?
Those are for specific teams. It's so.
No, they're not. Hold up, wait.
Well, Aiden,
this
is moot.
I'm speaking strictly Texas.
Matter. Even if you're
No,
at Walmart, you're allowed to be at Walmart. It doesn't really matter.
But this isn't Walmart.
Yeah, but none of it matters. He's not.
I want to see what he has to say, though.
No. So what I'm saying is he actually was by school policy allowed to be there, because there's other videos where he was allowed in tents in other events, because in Texas they do.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
I can't assume it.
No, I'm
sorry.
Let's just assuming worst case scenario, he was not allowed there. It really doesn't matter because he still shouldn't have been touched. I'm just helping you with your case. Like,
no,
it doesn't matter,
I agree.
You know?
Maybe I can be on board with that if true. If all of these things are true, then yes. But Shadow, I will offer one point of opposition in that he is not allowed to be on school property the second it is known that he has a weapon. He had a fold-out knife. That is a weapon. That is a weapon used. You know, now if there was a time where we had I forget what you call it down there, but gun club where
hold on, Dr. Functional, because I think in Texas, I think that it depends on the length of the blade, the type of knife that it is.
Bingo.
So, okay. Yeah.
And I was going to let you make your argument, but understand, I'm not just here to fight with you. I actually want to explain how
I don't
things
want to
actually
fight, no.
So, and I'm just here to educate. And there's a reason why I took this case personally. And it's not because I'm black, but it's because it infringed on my right to self-defense. And what I'm doing now is I'm laying out the case for why Carmelo had the right to defend himself at the time that he did. And I'm explaining the totality of the circumstance.
Cool. Yeah. No, Shadow, we've never interacted before. I'm not a debate guy. I'm a ideas guy. I'm a data guy. You know, I like to have conversations because it expands my horizons. So if I can just for a moment bring up Texas Penal Code 46.03. In Texas, it is illegal for a student to carry a knife on K to 12 school premises or at any school-sponsored event or bus. Location restricted. Hold on. Location restricted, such as blades longer than 5.5 inches, and certain prohibited weapons are expressly forbidden. But then it goes into things like when you have knives to scalpels and such to dissect for classes, and in more rural areas, yes, because it is standard practice. Right, but even then, at a school event, there is no exception. You have to leave it in your car. You have to leave it in your bag. Once you present it in any manner, that precludes you from being legally protected from carrying that on your person. Once you brandish
No, I don't think so. Because let's say it was. Listen, what if he had a hold on? If he had a firearm, let's say, and he went on school with the firearm illegally with the firearm, but then he found himself in a provocation where he didn't, start it, and they were just like 5 people were just beating the hell out of him, and he was almost and he was clear cut, then it wouldn't matter.
I would agree with you. Right. But I mean, you're reframing what we understand happened in the case. And Shadow, before you
testing
continue,
the logic of that law and telling you how it doesn't matter.
Well, no, it does matter because it's the law. I mean, we're talking about what transpired. And I will agree with you, Shadow. His parents failed him massively because they took all that give, send, go money or whatever, and they spent not a single penny on his defense. Strike one.
Well,
strike two.
There's a number of reasons for that. So, but we can go into that later. That's not my point right now.
No. But I'm just saying, I'm agreeing with you, and these are the reasons why I agree with you that his defense cases were pretty piss poor, from what I understand. I didn't pay supreme attention to the case, but that's why I wanted to bring it up here and have these discussions, is because I want to educate myself. And I will say that, again, these laws are specifically more recent because there has been a rise in violence and in escalation in K through 12 schools. So that's just my piece.
So you brought up a specific law. Now I need you to do something for me. Yes. I need you to go through and find, because in Texas Penal Code, I don't remember where it is right now, and I'm driving, and once I stop, I'll pull it up for you, but you may be able to pull it up sooner. Go into the Texas Penal Code, look into the definitions of a knife by Texas state law. And then I'm going to explain why he actually was allowed and why he didn't get charged with weapons possession on a school ground, which would have been a Class B misdemeanor. But I'm going to explain to you, because keep in mind, self-defense doesn't work if you're in the commission of a felony. If anything, he was in commission of a Class B misdemeanor. But even that's not important for 2 reasons. Number one, the knife, the multi-purpose tool that he had, which when they showed it, you can buy that same knife at the gas station across the street from the school for $13. And again, most people who run track, because we use lizard tape, have that knife on their person. And the blade was 3.5 inches long. But the reason I need you to look for the definition of a knife in Texas is because you're going to understand why that argument doesn't track.
Well, I will tell you definition. I have it here right now. It tracks because there's different definitions for it. Okay, and the subsections just tells you that you can hold it and own it on you, but it doesn't mean that it's not a knife. So, defined as a blade, any hand instrument capable of inflicting seriously bodily injury or death by cutting or stabbing. 2. Defined as any knife with a blade longer than 5.5 inches. It is legal to carry these in specific locations like schools, polling places, or bars. Switchblade knife, defined as a folding or retractable knife that opens automatically via a bottom device on the handle or by gravity and centrifugal force. Legally to own and carry in Texas as long as they are not over 5.5 inches in restricted locations. The point is that the first definition defined what a knife is in accordance to the legal terminology. Okay, a blade that is capable of death or great bodily harm, like the one like in this case. So it is legally for him to have it on his person, but it's still a knife.
So I get you, bro. But understand at the end of that sentence.
Before we move forward, I forgot. Yes, these are open to students, this specific track and field. The reason why he wasn't supposed to be there was not because he wasn't open for students or because he's a student or because he doesn't have a knife. It was because he was suspended. And he was suspended of all activities in school, including track and field, whatever. He wasn't supposed to be there because of his suspension, not because he wasn't a student.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Okay, pause.
Hey, can we get back to when are we going to get back to shitting on women?
We're not.
When you stop going for the blindies, okay? The moment we start going for the blindies, we will start shitting on women again.
I mean, if she started, it's gonna. Never mind.
Yeah. Dark Side is partially blind on one eye. She is absolutely one of the good ones, according to the blind pill. Okay, whatever happens, happens. We can't see on her because she's partially blind. Go on, Shadow. Sorry.
So I'm only partially ugly. Nice.
Why do you think Darkness thinks I'm handsome? Dr. K thinks I'm handsome because she's blind.
Yeah, I know, right? So actually, Shadow subscribes to my channel. This is something that he expressed that he would like to have a conversation about. And when it came up organically, I kind of had the idea that Shadow's going to see this and he's going to come up. And so this is one of my subscribers' opportunities to have their own conversation on my panel. Uncle Tom, if you have a problem with that and you want to go shit on women, I'm sure you can go over to X and have a space and do so. So back to the conversation, gentlemen.
Yeah, did that ever happen?
Re-examination. You're a mod. Unmute me. Okay. Please.
I didn't do it.
I didn't say you mute me. I don't know who mute me, but fucking auto mod mute me. So can anybody just give me a 10-second timeout so I can
stop complaining?
Unmuted.
Put your butt plug back in. Emmett.
Thank you.
Let me see.
So okay. I will say that again in the school district, just before you go, Shadow, again, all bladed weapons, pocket knives, even multi-tools that have bladed knives on them are strictly prohibited from K to 12 school property unless, and this is the caveat, and it's precluded from the law. Let me bring that back up. Texas Penal Code 4603, but also for the Student Code of Conduct for the school board that you cannot have, you need, it specifically says, without documented administrative approval. Again, if you have a multi-tool for shop class, for biology, whatever, you can have it. So I'm not saying that, and I'm not saying that that's going to preclude, him not being there. I didn't know about the suspension thing. My thing is, when you brandish, let's hypothetically say he did have written, documented, administrative approval for his tool. Okay, once he brandishes it, that's a different story. Because in the code of conduct, it says the second you brandish any of these tools, even if I brought out the corkscrew and Shadow and I were like in each other's faces and go like, okay, motherfucker, I'm going to punch you with this. That precludes me from being able to legally carry that tool. Go ahead.
Real quick, let me just say this is quite legal and
sorry.
I'm just going to say this is quite legal and technical, a little out of my realm because you know the specifics of the story better than I do. So I'm going to bow out. But you guys have a great one. Please like and subscribe to Dark Side Deaconess. You guys have a great day.
Thank you, Rex.
So there's a difference between policy and legality. You made a statement. I'm going to tell you that you actually said something that's inaccurate. You said you are no longer legally protected, and that is not true. You're by school policy in violation. So I will agree with that. I can agree that he was in violation of school property. But again, when it comes to Texas track meets, because they have to go through metal detectors, and that metal detector detected that item. But because of what it was still allowed.
Yeah,
so
no, I agree.
Again, now let me touch on a number of things. Number one, in Texas, mere possession does not equal intent. And what I mean by that is just because you have a weapon doesn't mean your intent is to kill.
I agree. And sorry, somebody's at my door, so I apologize. I'm not trying to run away. I really wanted to hear, but I agree with you on that stance for sure. I will be back when I
continue.
Who's that knocking at my door?
The intent is not. First off, I believe that in Texas, intent is not necessarily the primary reason for the kind of charges. I will need to refresh on that because I just saw the stipulations a couple of days ago, but I didn't necessarily read them through. The reason why it was charged as murder is the intent to kill is based on the reaction of taking out the blade immediately and doing the stabbing. At that point, you are willingly using your forethought to say that you're going to go into yourself, take a weapon and use it in a situation that doesn't need to. That was I believe that's the idea behind it. You said that he was flanked. Was he for the testimony of everybody was involved in that area specifically? The testimony states that he wasn't surrounded. There were more people there. He was asked to leave specifically for the tent, and he would not do it. And the last part is it is private. It is public property that you can be in, but even in public property, we don't just allow everybody to be everywhere. For example, even if it was a school and I'm a dude and I just want to go into the girls' changing room because it's a public property changing room, I wouldn't be allowed due to the nature of the place. Just like I wouldn't be allowed inside my
private area,
other team tent because of the nature of the tent. It's not, even though is still public property, the nature is that is a space designed for the enemy team or for the foreign team.
Inaccurate, but I understand where you're coming from. The reason why, because it's the same reason you cannot have cameras in bathrooms, because they are considered private areas, even if they're in a public facility. That tent was not considered a private area. But don't get me wrong, Emmett, that was a good hustle. I like that one, because that's an argument nobody's made yet.
The nature of the property is different, because it's not. If you have different tents for different teams, the team that is the away, the people in one tent that is in one team and the people that is on the other tent that is in another team, especially if they're from different schools, that is considered to be a restricted area. It's restricted for the team.
Emmett, so instead, because we could go back and forth on it, but I challenge this. Find any school district in Texas where it even implies that. I can tell you, I promise you it doesn't. There's nowhere where that's even implied. Because it's actually it's a pretty normal tradition that people from other schools actually meet at these meets together in areas like that. Because a lot of them compete with each other and are friends or have competitive nature with each other, including
in the field.
Austin. Emmett, you're trying to stand on it, but I'm asking you to think about it from the actual policy. I'm telling you, the policy doesn't support what you just said.
Yeah,
I mean, the policy that I know and the video that
I disagree because we're
Sorry,
talking
Amy, you were
about
talking?
interpretation. We talked about interpretation at this point.
I'm not talking interpretation. I'm not talking interpretation. I'm talking actual policy. That's the difference in our conversation. You're saying what you think. I'm saying what I know. I'm not saying,
No,
and
I'm not-
I know that, again, that can sound very assholish, but I'm telling you, what you're saying is actually wrong.
Yeah,
Like,
he's a bad faith
and
debater.
you know me,
Don't
brother.
take him that seriously, Shadow. He does it. He does this all the
No,
time.
look, I deal. Me and Emmett are cool. Like I can roll with the punches with it. I'm just saying, in this conversation, Emmett, I'm telling you, you are actually wrong. You're actually wrong based on school policies. But hold on, and I want to bring up something about the suspension. A student had mentioned he was suspended. He was not actually suspended. He was in fact competing the day he was there. That's why when he did it, he was in his track uniform.
Why wasn't he at his?
So because it started raining and he was going to meet his girlfriend's cousin. So a lot of people are misinterpreting what actually happened. The video shows when when Carmelo went there first, he had actually went there and sat there after the rain started. There was 4.5 minutes before Austin and Hunter even noticed he was there. It was not an immediate thing that people are thinking. There was a gap in space. And then Austin and Hunter came up and said, no, what the F are you doing here? They basically said kick rocks. But again, one of the reasons a lot of people are saying, well, he wasn't allowed to be there is because Metcalf was the, what's the phrase? The leader of that tent for that weekend.
Right.
But if Metcalf believed that Anthony was not supposed to be there, the coach at the time was less than 100 feet away. Would you agree that is a situation where if you believe somebody is trespassing in and I'm gonna even give it to Emmett, your private area, you should then have the adult on staff remove them from that area. Would you agree with that?
Ideally.
Yeah.
Ideally.
But
ideally.
Well, I kind of agree. If you're a guy and somebody's in a tent that's supposed to be in, and I'm just telling him to leave that tent, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
like I call the police
as guys, right? No, I get you. As guys, we're not going to sit there and jump in cops, right?
You're saying if let's say that I have a store, it's not analogous necessarily, but if I have a store and somebody comes in and I want him to leave, I will ask the person to leave first before I call the police. In fact, I pretty much have.
I agree.
The police are going to ask me so it's kind of the same. I feel that's kind of the same thing, but I don't know.
They did.
It's a problem.
They asked him to leave 15 times. Wait, I know that's fair. And here's the thing: I'm willing to have this conversation because a lot of people who are having this conversation have never stepped foot in the state of Texas. So a lot of them don't actually understand what the actual policies on. My child is in one of these is in the elementary school in this area. So no, I actually have implicit knowledge on this situation. Well, it's a great area, honestly. It's a really good area.
I was making a joke about the public school system. And yeah, just Shadow again, transparency. I've only been to Texas once, like 10 years ago. I'm not even in the same country. I'm in Kanakistan. So, I'm a data guy. I have to go based on what I can read that is, the law, the school policies, all these things. And I have to parse my opinions from it. Obviously, individuals like us, we're not going to change anything. You, of any of us, are probably the only person within proximity who could actually affect change of things like school policy and all that. So,
and that's why I vote. I vote because of things like that. But so hold up, I'm gonna get specific right now. So one of the things.
To Texas.
Sorry?
Just saying.
That's fair.
I didn't hear
Wait,
you.
hold
Emmett.
on.
No, I'm just saying that my feet have been to the great state of Texas.
Oh,
recent months.
okay. Unfortunately, I didn't go to any the good parts. I was in Midlothian, so
Midlothian.
concrete. You know.
So
And
okay.
sorry, Rex, I didn't mean to do that. And I'm sorry. You know, I have a small. business
Oh,
to
hold
work at home,
on,
so I had to
hold
go
on,
to the door.
hold on. I didn't know this. Sport Brand says that Carmelo was suspended. He was banned from school property and extracurricular activities for previously bringing a knife to campus. I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, a lot of people didn't know he also saved a 6-year-old boy's life from drowning when he was younger.
Okay,
And
that's
there was
great, but that has nothing to do
It
with
actually does. It actually
No.
does have something to do. You
Go
can
somewhere
get
else with that.
credit.
Okay,
can-
that's wonderful. He saved somebody's life. That has nothing to fucking do with this.
Yes, it does. Yes,
No,
it does.
doesn't. His consequence when he ultimately used that knife on someone.
Yes, you can get credit for being a good
Now I need
citizen.
you to,
Yes, you can. It's like a
listen,
fact.
Uncle Tom. I
It's
need you to
empirical
listen.
fact.
I need you to listen, Uncle
I'll bring
Tom.
up case studies.
I need you to listen, Uncle Tom. It has nothing
You're
to
talking
fucking
out of your
do
ass right now.
with why he would have received the consequence that he did. I had no idea that he was a reoffender when it came to this. Okay, so
Dark side. I'm sorry.
Go
Dark,
ahead.
okay. I want to say this. That is speculation. People are speculating that based on what we actually saw. Hold up. Based on what we actually saw, there's no actual evidence that he was suspended at the time because he was competing that day.
So
Those
school
two
records
things don't check.
school records will show whether or not he's suspended.
Yes, they will.
For that
And
date.
so one of the questions that got asked during a student said they believe Carmelo had been suspended, but that student didn't know Carmelo.
Okay, so
That's why people are saying that.
Okay, so was there anything? I didn't watch the whole jury trial. Was there anything that was brought up during the jury trial that had to do with him being on school grounds when he was supposed to be suspended?
Not on Saturday. So the only day I know of from personal experience is the day. I believe that would have been day 3 or day 4, the Saturday, right? And the reason, one of the arguments that never was made was he was not allowed to be on school grounds. That was the reason the prosecutor never made that argument, is because that argument is not true. The prosecutor didn't even make that. So I understand why people believe it, but I believe it was witness 3 or 4 who actually made the comment. I think Carmelo was actually suspended, so he shouldn't have been there anyway. People are using that to say why he shouldn't have been under the tent. Again, that's throwing piss to the wind. That's irrelevant to
because if that claim was made, it would be very easy to substantiate whether or not he was suspended.
You get school records.
And school records would show that evidence is way too easy to be obtained by the prosecutor if someone makes the claim. So
by the way, I looked into it. I cannot find any information concrete that he was suspended, but I do see reports from like media, ABC, NBC, whatever, that did have claims that he was suspended. I would like to see why the prosecution didn't
because it wasn't
those.
They probably when they were doing their legal research that they do and they're gathering evidence. I would fair to say it would be extremely fucking retarded on the side of the prosecution to not ask the school to see those records.
It's not an easy thing to do because we're dealing with minors here and we're dealing with school records, which are kept sealed.
But you're also
not under these circumstances.
Hold on, DSD. That's why I said subpoena them, because that's this, and I don't understand
if the school is willing to produce those records, they don't have to.
They wouldn't put up any. No. But to keep it above board, to keep it kosher, the prosecution should have subpoenaed those records if true. Again, I'm saying a big
no.
I can't find the information to say one way or the other.
Hold on, we'll go a step further. No, his defense should have, if anybody who said that, when they were contesting that person, his defense not only should have objected to it because it was an inaccurate statement, because I actually just went back and looked. And it even says that there's no credible evidence to suggest that Anthony was suspended at the time of the event or barred from school property. And I'm reading that right now.
Okay, I have a question for you, Shadow. Was this the case was tried as a self-defense?
I'll let you guys continue. I just wanted to kind of bring that up.
I got you.
And
Did they try to make it self-defense?
No, hold up. The defense did not argue self-defense. This is where my issue comes in. And it's why I led with what I led. My issue wasn't that Carmelo isn't guilty of doing what he did to Hunter. I'm saying he did not commit capital M. And I mean that. That's not what, if anything, it would have been negligent H. And hold on, and I'm going to explain why I said negligent H. Because during the moment when Austin Metcalf was stabbed, he was actually leaning forward into into Anthony, who was still sitting down. His body weight came down, and Anthony went up after he warned him, hey, if you touch me again, and that you can actually see that. If you touch me again, I've got something for you. People are saying that means he had intent to do it. No, what he did was he actually gave a credible threat. Hey, if you touch me again, I will defend myself. That's the correlation to those two sentences. Touch me again, this is my response.
Well, that is a problem. There's a problem there. There's a problem with interpretation. That's what I was talking about, but it doesn't matter. So I just want to know if they claim self-defense. That's all I'm asking.
Wait, one more time? No, that's what I'm saying.
Did the defense claim self-defense?
Never. The defense had implied self-defense, but so here's how cases work here. In order to do a defense, you actually have to, one, state that I'm filing self-defense. Our justification for this offense is self-defense. That wasn't what it was. The defense attorney did not even argue self-defense or stand your ground. My statement is that he had ineffective assistance of counsel based on Strickland versus Washington because his counsel never preserved any of these issues for appeal.
Yes, okay. But we're forgetting again, like Shadow, just to give you an example, you're sitting on the street corner, you're like spreading the gospel or something, like you're trying to recruit people. Now I step to you, you're in your space, you have a little tent and a little book rack, and I start hanging out under your tent. You're like, can you please get out of here? Blah, 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 blah. It gets to the point where now we're face to face and we're yelling at each other. And instead of leaving your space, your personal space that you staked out and claimed, you're standing there. I came to you, and now we're coming to very indelicate words with each other. And you shove me because I'm in your space, and now I enact violence on you. I have at several moments prior to that escalation, that ultimate escalation, because there's some escalation that happens in between. But I'm trying to get to the basis of he's in their space. That's the first transgression. Both sides escalate until we know what happened, but he had every opportunity to just turn around and leave.
So question. Okay.
But there's no self-defense claim to be made. No. My point from where I stand.
I'm telling you. Yeah. And I'm going to fix where you stand because you just compared a situation that's not the same. So first of all, in order to place a tent somewhere like that on a public property, you actually get a permit in Texas in order to do that. So in that moment, you are actually in control of that domicile. It's your habitat for that moment. Number one. Number two, again, this was school property under a school tent where students commonly congregate. from different schools. So while I understand why you made that argument, I argued against it because that argument is irrelevant based on the facts. Those two things are not analogous. They're similar, but they don't track in the same order. So, yes, I'll give you that too. He was told to leave. And now I ask you, what right did they have to tell him to leave besides perceived ownership?
Okay, Shadow, I'm gonna research this so we can have a good conversation on this. How about
actually
schedule it so I can do the research and we can actually move forward. So I have all of the information on as well.
No, that's cool. And like I said, what I'm going through right now. I'm gonna bring up small things and why his defense failed him. Because the reason why I say so in Texas, like I said, it's disproportionate force. Typically, if you're in the position to be jumped, that when they came up on them the way they did, it was considered disproportionate force. That does not automatically equal lethal force, but it does equal disproportionate. That means the potentiality for serious bodily harm was increased, and most people can agree to that. I have a greater opportunity to get injured seriously if I'm fighting one person versus 4. Can we all agree to that? You're more likely to be hurt more by being jumped by 4 people than 1.
Yeah. I would agree. I would agree that when it comes to perception of bodily harm and what kind of bodily harm the other person and or people could bring upon you, I think that the fact that there was 2 of them and 1 of him heightened that a little bit. So when it comes to perceived danger, you're right. 1-on-1, maybe not too much of a struggle, but what if the brother had jumped in and not let this just be a 1-on-1? Well, 2 people and that extra strength, he may very well have perceived his life to be in danger. And I think that that's what Shadow is trying to say.
Yeah, no, I get that.
And hold on, we're also missing one other thing. There's actually 2.
Oh, he froze up.
Cutting out. I know he's cutting out. I lost Emmett too. But I think he had to go.
And so I did my research too. So for people coping in the chat, your mic was messing up, Shadow. Are you good now?
Buddy, you're cutting out so bad. Yeah, you're cutting out so bad though.
It's going through a little bit of a lag trouble.
Come back.
Yeah, so for people coping in the chat, there's if you have acts of heroism, you can 100% get a lighter sentence from the judge. Military service, charitable recognition if you've had charitable things that you've done. So whoever was saying
you're you know what, nobody said that the court doesn't take those things into consideration. Here's what they'll also take. I didn't.
It doesn't matter.
I said it doesn't matter what it had nothing to do with what we were talking about. So let me just clarify something for you, Uncle Tom, since you're always trying to get a fucking gotcha. I don't know why you haven't realized your fucking role here yet. But the court is also going to, the goal is also going to take into consideration how many times you threatened to take someone's life and how many times there was an act of heroism. So if you have had one act of heroism, if you have had one act of heroism and 5 acts of attempting to take someone's life or threatening to take someone's life, I think they're probably one outweighs the other, right? One outweighs the other, right?
I'm just saying a lot of people didn't know that he had an act of heroism, and I was just pointing it out. You're the one
that's fantastic. But you also said, for the people who are crashing out saying the court doesn't take into consideration acts of heroism, first of all, nobody said that. But you came in with it as a whataboutism, like a true fucking feminist. No, you fucking weren't. And you can go back and watch.
You know my intent now.
Stop fighting.
You can
You
go
know
back
my
and watch the
opinion.
clip of
Okay.
yourself. So let me
You're
just
omniscient.
make it
You're
clear
omniscient.
what
You're
everybody
omniscient.
should know, because
You're
what you're
omniscient. You know my
pointing
intent.
out is that the court will take into consideration acts of heroism in the
Whatever.
recent
You said
years,
it.
and they will also take into consideration your acts of violence, dumbass.
Okay. Well,
And if
you're welcome.
one outweighs
You're
the
welcome.
other, then you're
welcome for
fucked.
me telling you. Okay.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thanks
that
for
I told you
telling me
about
that he saved a kid's a 6-year-old's life. That's
Yeah,
fantastic.
That matters. I bet those parents are pretty happy. Wouldn't you be?
Yeah,
I would
yeah,
be.
absolutely.
I'd be
But
petitioning
how
the
many
court for redeemed
times?
sentence.
How many times did this
I don't care if he got
17-year-old
suspended in
aggress?
school. Who
How
gives a
many
fuck if he got
times did this
suspended? I got suspended
17-year-old
plenty of
aggress
times.
other
So what?
people in this nature? So they're also going to take that
He
into
didn't hold a knife
consideration.
to them. He
And
didn't
we
hold a knife
also
to them.
already said that the first knife incident, in which was speculative about him being suspended, was said to not be true. So we also said it was speculative and probably not true. So try again, motherfucker. Like I'm so tired. I'm tired of you at this point. I'm tired of you at this point. You're not fun to play with anymore. I need a different toy. Go ahead, gentlemen.
So I'm gonna. Have y'all noticed what I'm doing? I'm forming a defense based on actual reason. I'm giving you totality of the circumstances. That's why I'm being very specific about what I'm saying.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm saying because of the disproportionate force. Because keep in mind, there was testimony that 6 people approached him initially. Keep in mind, this number keeps jumping. And these were prosecution witnesses that made that argument, right? So I'm just going to consider, I'm not even going to consider real fights. I'm going to consider the twins, because I had a twin sister. If somebody fought my sister, I'm fighting them, period. If you fight my brother, I'm fighting you. I'm going to beat you up for my brother. That's a fairly normal movement. And most of us can agree to that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
But I would also say, if Shadow, if you're stepping to Tom and you're starting shit, you're the one you might not be starting violence, but you're getting in his face. I'd be the one to be like, yo, bro, let's just go for a walk. Let's calm down. Like, you don't need to be stepping to this guy just because he looked at you funny or whatever.
Sorry,
I'm just saying there are times where I would try to diffuse the situation. But yeah, if you're my bro, I got your back 100% of the time, even if you're wrong.
Even when you're wrong.
Because even if it's coming down to throwing fists, let's be real here, then I got your back. I might not agree with you, but I got your back. That's what being, my family, my brother means to me personally. So I would understand that entirely. Yes.
So,
but at the same time, I would try to diffuse any sort of potential situations from escalating to that point if you were acting a fool. If the other guy was stepping to you and acting a fool, there's no question. I'm at your side. I got your back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So understand what you just said, right? So would it be reasonable for a reasonable person to believe that because keep in mind, Hunter's initial statement is that he felt guilty because he started the altercation, right? But Austin was the one who got physical. That means based on what actually happened, we're not even talking about speculation anymore. Hunter started it and Austin jumped in. We can all agree to that now, right? That's based on what we know as fact.
Yeah.
So now let me continue. So we could already say that there was clear disproportionate force. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Clearly, he was outnumbered. So he had a reasonable fear. That he had a reasonable fear. But
you're cutting out a little bit.
I believe that he had a reasonable belief that he could be seriously harmed.
Yes, but it's a situation of his own making.
Well, how? So again, And where I'm
by
going to go,
physical
but I just want
proximity,
you to
by
say
physical,
it.
it's simply by physical proximity. I don't necessarily disagree with what you are saying, but I'm still of the mind that he's putting himself into the situation where now he's surrounded by 4, 6, 20 guys. Doesn't matter. He had ample opportunity to turn around, go back to his team, to go away from the people who are trying, may or may not be trying to start shit, start beef, talk shit.
Fair.
Like, again,
A question.
even if I'm of the mind that even if all 8 or however many were of the Metcalf's team was there, turn around and all in unison started singing, "You're an N, you're an N, you're a motherfucking N." Like, I don't care. He could have turned around and walked away. It's still not justification to keep pressing the issue. That's the first escalation.
Let's go back to
second escalation. But hold on, I'm agreeing with you here in that, yes, the second escalation, as far as I can estimate, is now the Metcalfs are going from get the fuck out of the tent to now Austin. So I'm trying to get the names right. Austin is now using his physical presence. He's a large, football player kid to intimidate the guy without enacting violence, but there is a threat of intimidation to remove him from the situation. Like, if you're going to start shit, look at me, I'm twice your size or whatever. Like, I understand that too. And so it's a ping pong match of escalation. Continue.
So let me counter your first escalation.
Sure.
Number one, why was he not supposed to be there?
I can't answer that question. You're not supposed to be in other people's space.
Again, what you just said, based on the circumstance that is not true. Because he was able to be there. That's why the first escalation doesn't work that way. When they came to him and said, "Hey, get your BA out of here," he could confidently say no. Because remember the first thing that I said, in Texas, you do not have the obligation to retreat. You're saying he should have retreated. Hold up.
No, I'm saying he had opportunity, not retreat, because retreat implies that there's now going to be some sort of altercation or, contention of physicality. The retreating, the removing himself from the proximity of these other kids is completely, like, I mean, why is that out of the realm of possibility? Again, I don't care if they're throwing all sorts of slurs and whatever. Let's say, like, they're both white. I don't care. That dynamic has no interplay for me. I'm saying you're in somebody else's physical space that has been facilitated by the institution, being the school, which is codified in law, that it might not be technically legally incorrect to be under said tent, but under the social contract that we have with one another, do no harm to me because I'm not going to do harm to you because you're not going to do harm to me. That's the social construct. It's not, right?
So what was his harm in being there? Okay, I'm going to accept what you said. Well, how did him being there cause harm when he was invited?
Well, he wasn't invited into the tent. And
he was invited
invited
by his ex's. Hold on. He was invited by his ex's cousin, someone he had a history with. Why would he assume into that specific tent?
That's the first time I'm hearing it. Again, I have to take the things that I can't physically look up and read. I have to take that for granted. So I will take that for granted. Then yes, that does, I would say, if true, then that does change my perspective. But I don't see that. Again, if I'm going into somebody's
pause.
Sure.
Pause real quick. Dr. K, have you heard that too? That he was invited by his ex's cousin? It was a common thread over the last year.
I didn't hear. I did not. I may have. It may have been something that I chucked out. Because, okay, so he had a cousin that was on one of the other teams that was at the track meet. Yeah.
No, it was like his
Hold on,
girlfriend's
can you hear me?
cousin.
Girlfriend's cousin. Yeah.
Right.
On the opposing, on one of the opposed, it was a track meet. There's lots of teams there. Lots of schools, right?
I just want to make sure y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
And now, yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Hold up. Yes. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna quote something real quick. And I saw this testimony. Carmelo Anthony was invited to take shelter in the Memorial High School team tent by a student named Eddie Pereira, who was a teammate of the victim. The details emerged during his trial, and Eddie Pereira was described as the cousin to at the time, Anthony's girlfriend.
Okay. If true, what authority is bestowed upon him, the cousin, to make such a decision? And is there anybody else in the immediate vicinity of higher, I'm using authority as air quotes here, of the authority?
Mind you, I'm going to pause you. Mind you, anybody who's watching, Dr. Functional is not in the United States. He doesn't live in Texas. He is simply processing the information that Shadow is giving him. It's some legal stuff, some not legal stuff, because we're having a thought exchange, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so just want to point that out, just in case. People come after you. Yeah,
I'm intentionally challenging some of these ideas because I don't know the ideas.
Right, exactly. I just wanted to make sure that anybody that's watching understands that.
Definitely a snow Mexican. Look at my pale face.
And the reason I'm okay with you challenging it is because I am in Texas, and so is Carmelo Anthony. A lot of people are arguing against him without knowing how we live in Texas. I'm telling you for a fact he was allowed in that tent. Just saying. I'm telling you.
But I challenge that because we've already established that it's Austin who's captain of the team.
No.
You told me one of the
Carmelo Anthony was the captain of the football team. He was the manager of that team.
No. But on the track team that the Metcalf's tent was designated for, one of the Metcalfs was the captain of the track team.
Yes, Hunter.
Right. Okay. So in my challenge is that in Hunter telling Carmelo, get out of our tent, that then negates the girlfriend's cousin's, I forget the name, invitation.
Hold on. So here's the weight that you need to understand. Number one.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Because he's asking who has authority, hierarchically, who has the authority to actually invite or remove someone from that tent. So if Hunter was the quote unquote team manager that day, then it sounds like Hunter had the authority to tell Carmelo to leave.
And just before you respond, Shadow, just let me quickly say, because this is again, from my perspective, this is a competition, there should be some level of this type of authority to sort of like keep the teams, like, you don't know if they're talking strategy or like saying, there could be any number of reasons. I don't want to get into it. I'm just saying there is a possibility of such. Now, please continue.
Okay, so you're talking about a lot of possibility. So again, I'm in Texas. So those tents, the person who gave Carmelo authority to be under that tent was the school district, who has the ultimate authority in the matter. By school district policy, he was allowed to be there. Hold on. I'm going to order a Cinnabon. Hold on, I'm ordering a Cinnabon. 1 second.
You fat fuck. Cinnabon? Come on. Yeah, okay.
I benched 315.
Oh, shit, dude. I got a little bit of catching up to do. So I'm just trying to parse that because, again, when you have some sort of thing like a competition, it's not supposed to be codified in law and there's not these hard line rules, but it's part of the social contract that in competitions like this, it's school competition, there's no money on the line. There might be some future considerations, whatever, inconsequential. I recognize those things, though. That's why I'm mentioning them. but there are several tents, and they are designated. Team X gets this tent, Team Y gets that tent, Team Z, Z. I almost slipped up there. Team Z gets this tent, and Team W gets this tent. And so there's that social construct again, not codified in law, but it says, and so if the cousin did say, hey, come hang out, I want to talk to you about whatever, sure, that's an invitation. I agree with you on that part. But once again, once the person who is in charge of that space says leave, even if they want to be a dick about it and say, get the fuck out of here. Hold on.
Who was in charge of that space, though?
I thought you said that it was not Austin, Hunter, who was the person in charge of that space.
But and Hunter didn't have authority over the space.
But they do if they are team captain.
Again, you're making a lot of assumptions. And
no, I'm not.
What I'm trying to do is, hold on. Hear me out, because I'm telling you, factually speaking. I'm speaking strictly from someone who went in Texas. You can't say that Carmelo Anthony was not allowed in that tent. I'm telling you, he actually was.
Well, no, that's just an appeal to an authority. It doesn't matter if you're in Texas. I mean,
I was just about to say, yeah.
No.
Hold on.
Has the case pleadings and the information.
The case happened in Texas.
Doesn't matter if you live that.
The case happened in Texas.
If you live in Texas, bro. I'm sorry to say.
But it does.
Doesn't make you an authority.
It
no, it
because
doesn't.
You're making an assumption based on what you think. I'm affirming.
I'm making an assumption basing what I'm gleaning from the Texas State School Policy Code of Conduct.
Really doesn't matter what people think.
So where does the Code of Conduct?
No, but I'm just saying, Tom, it's not just an assumption. It's an educated hypothesis about the situation and what that sort of thing is. That is kind of, I don't want to say universal, but it's in some sort of resonance and some sort of harmony across, especially here in North America, what we expect to happen at school. Again, I'm not outright disagreeing with you. If I can
show you school policy that says Carmelo Anthony was allowed to be there, I need one of y'all to show me the policy that says No. I'm being very specific. I'm not strawmanning it. If I can show you policy that says Carmelo Anthony was allowed to be under that tent, you then have to show me where he wasn't. Deal?
Sure.
One second.
I mean, like Emmett said, if we wanted to dive a little bit deeper, I'd have to do the research. I'd have to be prepared. You obviously, yes, you have been making appeals to authority, but you are a little bit more authoritative, I will say. I'm not conceding that you are the authority, but this is exactly why I wanted to present challenging ideas to you, Wasp, is because I don't even, it sounds funny calling you Wasp because anyway, you're definitely not a wasp. It's helping me to have a better understanding of the things because you are closer to ground zero, let's put it. Because as I said, I'm trying to parse through all the information that I'm looking at now, and I don't have anything specifically in front of me. That's why I'm taking what you're saying as true and treating it true. And until I can find better knowledge, better information, I have to run with that being true.
And no, look, I enjoy the conversation, bro. And I know I'll even agree. I'm appealing to authority because being an authoritative again, I have children in this school district.
And so you have to be educated so that you can educate your kids to act right in the school system, right? I get that.
Based on the subject matter, right. So here's what I'm saying. The argument that I'm making right now is a lot of people are saying Carmelo Anthony was not allowed to be under that tent. And as someone with kids in that school and had been to Texas schools before, I know for a fact he actually was allowed to be there. I'm not saying he could have been allowed. I'm saying factually he was allowed to be under the tent. That's why he That's why the initial conflict is against him, and it's the initiating factor because he was actually allowed to be there.
And if true,
and that's
I
why
can
I understand
concede
where
to
you're
that
coming
point.
from.
And I wouldn't, if I was in the situation of the Metcalfs, I wouldn't turn to Carmelo and be like, fuck off or whatever. You know, I'd be like, hey man, it's raining. We would appreciate it if you weren't here, but like, let's wait out until the rain. I would be a little bit more conscientious of the context of the situation going on. Like that, I can definitely concede. If true, they were acting like a bunch of assholes, but I don't entirely. And if true, what you're saying, then he has every right to take shelter under the tent, and they were being assholes. But that still, I still don't believe, no matter the case, that he has the right to stab somebody in the chest.
Now, I do also agree with that. So here's what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah, right. So I mean, we're relying on it a lot.
He should have stabbed him. So let's start there. But what I'm saying is that he also shouldn't have been charged with capital M. I'm saying he should have been charged with negligent H. Different.
But legally it is the first because that's why our problem begins. Because again, premeditation the second he went for his bag.
No, it wasn't
because he gave the warning.
Simple
gave
possession
the warning
does
that
not
he
equal
would
premeditation.
escalate.
Right.
No.
Wait,
well, it
wait a minute.
literally is premeditation.
What was the consequence? Wait, what was the qualifying factor of him? What was the qualifying factor of him initiating the force?
That he refused to back down, and there was a threat, the intimidation of Hunter, Austin, whatever.
So that's why we're having a problem with the conversation.
But again, dude, if anybody's coming to me, even in like my own space, I've had this happen multiple times. I'm a skinny white boy, lanky looking white boy. I get people who like to fuck with me all the time. I have to make the value judgment of, am I going to escalate this and throw fists even though they just tried to knock me over? Or am I going to just stand there, hold my ground, look at them, this is just me, not say anything and wait for them to sort of get enraged that I'm not reacting and then start to throw fists.
You're white, bro?
I am the law. I am the law.
Oh, such a good movie.
There you go, World Radio.
So I'm glad that we generally agree on the core principle, Shadow. It's just the perspectives around certain things were kind of a little bit of a contention. But, you know, I've learned a lot from both you and the panel, the chat. So I'm going to have to do a little bit more research if it's something that I want to.
Okay, so look, here's what I'm saying. Like, I appreciate that y'all understand where I'm coming from. So one of the big things I'm saying is that he was in a place he was legally allowed to be. And because he was legally allowed to be there, and by policy allowed to be there.
Yeah, I think we both agree on the same big issues except for the conviction. And he's probably got a... I noticed he was carrying a little Pokemon plushie, so Pokemon plushies get all the bitches.
Well, he's probably
picking up his kid.
He's probably out.
Oh, he is. He was at the mall, and I think he's picking up his kid or something from daycare. Cool. That's Tom's about to dab.
I mean, go for it.
What do you mean you're shaking your head? You're not picking up women at the mall? What's wrong with you, bench 230? What good is that if you're not going to flex that on the women's? See, I only do 220, and I already feel like, ugh. Check out these pecs, baby. I'm going to do the little titty dance.
Don't minimize my number. It's 350.
Oh, 350. My bad.
I thought you said 315 too.
You know, personal accomplishments, I will always, big up, because my personal accomplishment last week, I hit 220. And that for me was really fucking good. I hope, in another year, I'm hitting 300. But going in a span of 4 months, going from, I think, 120 to 220, after my accident, bro, pride is a sin, and it's not like I'm going that far into pride, but I'm proud of my accomplishment because that's an accomplishment. It's not a vapid pride.
I don't know. Okay, so Seth Spence is over at re-examination, and he said, but the defense said it was a joke, and the prosecutor ultimately focused on the clear-cut case from the defense of self-defense. As soon as he said, touch me and see what happens, self-defense. It stopped being self-defense. But what I said earlier to that was, when you go into self-defense mode, it's based on your perception, right? And there wasn't only one person that could have piled on here. There was more than one. So if you maybe perceive the one-on-one as an equal fight, but 2-on-1 isn't an equal fight. And even I'm walking back my original statement when it comes to disproportionate use, because there were at least 2 individuals we know, the Metcalf twins. So you at least have those 2. From what it sounds like, there were other students around. Therefore, his perception of whether or not his life was at risk or whatever, even if he had the time to think about that, is extremely distorted, because it's not a fair fight at that point.
No, but I mean, at some point in any altercation, in any conflict, somebody's got to not escalate. I'm not saying de-escalate, but not escalate. And sure, they escalated by just sheer them being there, the Metcalf side, because it's their tent, it's their group is there. Again, this is the bigger point of contention, is that Carmelo did not have to escalate to the point where he did. I'm not discounting the fact that the people under the tent, the Metcalfs and their team, aren't complicit in escalating in their own way. They escalated by using their body as being imposing forces standing in front of them, but they didn't escalate to violence. And
didn't Austin push Carmelo?
Gave him a shove, right? That's what we see in the video. Give him a little shove.
So he introduced physical, the physical part. He
escalated.
And again, I'm not okay. Let me just disclaimer here. I'm not blaming this kid for his own death. Okay.
Right.
However, we all know we've heard of action reaction, right?
Right.
So this boy introduces physical contact by pushing this other boy. And so when he pushes him, I watched the videos. It's been a minute since I've actually watched the content that is all over the place. But when he pushes him, I get that we don't know that Carmelo could have just walked away, but we're talking about boys. So
yeah,
I mean, yeah,
boys will be boys is a thing. I know it's. And before the feminists start getting all riled up about that, it's not
stay out of it.
It's not an excuse to discount all bad behavior.
Right.
So boys getting into tussles, but DSD,
right?
I have to make a supposition here
Hold on. Let me land.
Sorry.
I know I brought in some other side things there, but so what did so Seth said there were 21 eyewitnesses. So there were 21 other individuals around. How many of those individuals were friends of Austin Metcalf? How many of those individuals what I'm seeing now is first resort, last resort, right? Did he have to whip the knife out as a first resort self-defense? Maybe, maybe not. Because if that pile-on had happened, he may not have had the opportunity to reach for that knife, and they may very well have seriously injured him or taken his life. Exactly. So I think I'm trying to look at this from a child. Okay, I get it. He made an adult decision. He's still within the. To me, I'm sorry. To me, he's still a kid. Okay. Call that me being a mom, whatever, coddling, whatever you want to fucking call it. He's still a kid, right?
Fine, yeah.
So,
I'm okay with calling him a kid.
Yeah, he doesn't know. I'm not in his head, right? But if I put myself in his shoes, and there are 21, at least by what Seth sense, people around me, we know that one person has already introduced physical contact. What do you do? Right? What the fuck do you do?
Well, my supposition.
Do you use that deadly force as a first resort, or do you wait until they're killing you and you can't reach for it?
Or just remove yourself from
Dr. K.
You could remove yourself, but he didn't.
No, he didn't. But I mean, you could. I'm just offering an alternative. Yeah. My supposition, however, is that they're at a school event. They said that the coach was within eyeshot. There's other witnesses other than people in the tent. So people all around have witnessed what can be privy to what might have happened. In that, do you think that this team of athletes are going to jeopardize? Possibly, they might. But if they started jumping on Carmelo, there would be, there's people around. They would get in a lot of trouble just for that. And my contention is...
boys will be boys.
Sure.
Boys will be boys.
Sure, but so they will all be...
And everybody's going to say, well, he was being aggressive.
But
the same things we're saying now...
Do they have
been suspended?
Similar policies that violence will get you suspended and or kicked out and or removed from competitive teams?
Yes, but get this.
That's a very common.
But now, what if 6 people have the same story saying that he instigated? One of the things about Texas schools is that if you are the instigator, you actually get the severe punishment.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
So now there's one person who was invited. Look at what happened during his trial. The guy who invited him, that was his friend, the first thing he did was lie on the stand. And I don't
know what to say about that. I'm shrugging my shoulders. What did he lie about?
So here's what he did. He initially said he didn't even know it, Anthony. And this is the only thing I say the defense attorney actually fought back on. He's like, wait, you said you didn't know him, but here's a picture of him at your house. You're playing video games and he's in the background on the guitar. He's like, well, he was dating my cousin, but just because we knew each other didn't make us friends. So you see, he tried.
But that wasn't the question. Mitigate. The question was, did you know him? And so thus he was lying. Okay, gotcha.
Right. So, and that's why, and there was a couple occasions when that happened. So I'm like, all right, cool. That's when I saw that. But this was at day 4. He already let that man get drugged for days. So again, like I said, I want to make it clear that this isn't a black versus white thing to me. It's a Texas self-defense thing. Because this case told me that I'm not allowed to protect myself unless I know for a fact that I can afford a lawyer who's going to fight for me the right way.
I'll chime in real quick because most times with the self-defense thing, it usually doesn't go your way. So typically you want to avoid it at all costs. Only I think it's just a small percentage of these cases go the way you want them to go. So
23.
Obviously they're 23%.
About 23%. And I want to, and again, I'm going to say something that I don't like admitting online a lot. I'm going to say something I don't like admitting online a lot. I was one of those self-defense cases that won because I was in Colleyville, Texas. Yes. That's why I'm so passionate about this specific scenario.
Well, you kind of should have led with that because I keep calling you not an authority.
I don't like bringing it up a lot because it's
wait a minute. Turns out Uncle Tom is not Jesus. All right.
Turns out Uncle Tom takes accountability like most people I know that don't. But
again, that's a fucking lie. And if you're just gonna spew bullshit,
taking accountability now.
If you're just if you're just gonna spew bullshit, then I won't let you up here anymore. So don't get up here and lie on my fucking stream about me. I can tell you right now
You took
that
a
there are
dig.
many
I
that there.
just literally
Well, hold
was
on.
responding.
There are, and you said, looks like I can hold accountability like some people.
Which
like
I did.
Some
It's a fact.
yes,
I did.
you just said like some people I know can't. Oh, geez, Uncle Tom. You should
Right.
probably rewind my stream and listen to what the fuck came out of your
just
mouth.
said, turns out Uncle Tom
So-
isn't. You didn't need to say anything. Turns out Uncle Tom isn't teasing.
Yeah,
You
it turns
could've
out
just-
Uncle Tom
You could have
isn't
just
Jesus.
watched a man. You could have just watched a man and.
No, because I had
and
to
then
point
show
out.
I
you
that
thought he
you
was
don't-
talking about himself, to be
how a
truthful,
man takes
DSD, because this guy
accountability.
never takes accountability for his
Oh.
When men are speaking
I
and a
shouldn't
man
say
takes
never.
accountability, a lot women can learn from that. All they need
It's
to
her
do
channel,
is just
she's
mute.
allowed
They
to
just
speak.
need to mute their mic. That's it.
Hey, Uncle Tom. Do you know where the fuck you are?
You in my house! I'm King Kong. You ain't got
My
nothing on
motherfucking
me.
panel. This is my motherfucking show. I'm gonna do what the fuck I want.
And so can I share something with
Go ahead.
with you guys? You guys don't know me as well as the internet does, and this is public record on the internet. I also too was in a case similar to that, Shadow, where I was walking home from work one night and I came across somebody being essayed in an alley, and I went nuclear. I almost killed the guy, broke pretty much every bone in his face, broke my knuckles were torn open and bleeding because I just kept punching the hamburger meat. I was held in jail overnight. But they didn't prosecute because they said no jury would convict this guy. But the prosecution and the Crown, again, Kanakistan, very fucking nanny state bullshit. You have no legal right. Even if I was the person, she had no legal right to beat him up, which is the crazy thing to me. She's the one being essayed, and she has no right to beat him up. She has the right to retreat, which I think is asinine. But because I was doing that defense, and the fact that no jury would look at that and be like, yeah, let's put him in jail, they kind of just let it go. So I was lucky about that.
So
I had no right to intervene there. All I had to do was the right to call the police. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. I'll give vague details. Like these are friends, obviously. It's a friendly panel for me. But there's a lot of things people like to bring up about me without actually understanding of what actually went down in situations.
Is it because you're black?
In 2012, well, kind of. In
I was just
2000,
joking, but yeah.
tell Emmett, if you told Emmett that, he's going to get King Von on you.
I treat everybody the same, like immutable characteristics. I don't give a shit. I'm tapping my head. What's up here is all that matters to me about any individual human being. Are you stupid?
I can't see
Are
you tapping your head.
person? Are
I
you
think you're
bad
making
person?
that up.
I'm tapping the helmet.
I think you're
actually.
gaslighting
Can you hear?
us.
I'm wearing the helmet right now. I like helmets. Judge Dredd, Leonidas. You know, I walk around my city in the helmet. People
I
aren't
should
allowed
have
to
a
see my
helmet.
face.
I should have a helmet.
Yeah, you should, but for different reasons.
Emmett wants to show you his helmet. This doctor.
Whoa, pause.
Ugh. Homie, don't play that.
First, I thought you were calling him retarded, and then I got it.
Yeah, no. Homie, don't play that. I don't think so. I have my sock full of quarters right beside me. It's the only weapon we
So
have
get
up in
this.
here in the Great White North.
I was at a Bank of America ATM in one of the whitest cities in DFW because I went to college at UNT. While I was in college, I was at an ATM and I was raised pretty blessed, so I could go to an ATM and pull money whenever I wanted. I just happened to be at this ATM when a guy walks up behind me. I am from West Yellowstone, Montana. I had a shoulder holster. I had a shoulder holster at my hip or on my left side. So what I
gotta
did
move to the
is
States. I miss having my gun.
I put my pin in, slid my right hand into my shirt, and I put 2 in them. And I watched him bleed out. I didn't have to render aid. I called the cops and I sat there as he bled out.
Yeah.
I lost no sleep.
I missed it. What was the offense again? Like, how did he? What did he do to attack
He
you?
came up behind
you were
me
at an
from
ATM.
Yeah.
Oh,
That
so it was a
shows
robbery.
intent.
It was a robbery.
Yeah, except he didn't have a weapon on him. I didn't know that, and I didn't care to find out. He said, "Give me your effing money," and I said, "Lol, okay." What's my? I literally said,
Yeah,
I literally said, "Lol, okay."
Like, yeah, but if you're taking out, let's say you're taking out $100, like I would have given him money. I'm not shooting anybody.
Nope.
It's not worth it.
But I mean, that's personally because I'm on the same team as Shadow. I would not even think twice. Draw, put 2 in the chest, and call the cops and wait. Be like, this is what happened.
Yeah, I don't see the value in it.
Wait, hold on. I value life. Let me make a clear distinction. I do value life.
So did he put something in your back to make it appear that he had a gun?
I was wearing a jacket and I felt something touch my back.
Okay.
So
at that point,
understand what I'm saying.
He gave him a command.
He gave me a command, and I went, "Lol, okay." And as I hit the buttons for my pen, I slipped into my shirt and pulled the trigger of my Springfield XTS-9. And I shot through my jacket into his chest.
That's dangerous, man. But God bless
that
you fucking won. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Ultimately, does not matter because you
didn't
won.
even unholster it. You just shot through the whole.
Just bam, bam.
So
yeah.
it was a shirt that fit like this. Because y'all see, I'm a fairly broad guy. The shirt was.
Yeah, you do look like a broad. Check out those titties.
This dude went full John Wick. This dude went full John Wick.
Picture me under the helmet giving you a big
shitty
grin.
$60
I will take the piss out of anybody.
a quarter bag of weed and fucking went full John Wick.
My camera's not on. How do you know I'm smoking a full quarter of weed right now?
No, I was just saying.
It's because I'm Canadian. It's because I'm a snow chip, isn't
so
it?
I can only imagine he was going to buy weed or some shit.
Now I know why. Okay. Now I know. Okay. So, hold on. Never mind. I'm not even going to say that. Go ahead, gentlemen.
No, go for it. I want to hear it.
No, it was about.
What I want to know is how many viewers we got. Have we got more likes yet? What's going on?
Listen, Uncle Tom's a stoner. That's what it is about him that keeps me letting him back up here. I fucking knew it. Go ahead.
Yeah, if
we have something in common then.
If I ever lose a debate, it's because I'm high. But other than that,
something we can bond
over.
Yeah, right.
You don't fucking. Did you just say? Did you just doubt that I'm always high?
Oh, you said you're always high. Okay, gotcha.
I'm always high, brother. Always. I have epilepsy.
Stoner.
I eat edibles, capsules. I smoke. Yeah. So
smoke them peace pipes.
There's never a time when I am not under the influence of cannabis. Sometimes it's just a higher concentration.
Do you get less flare-ups? Do you not get any flare-ups?
Can we talk about epilepsy?
Seizure events?
Hey, you probably Uncle Tom, if you really want to if you genuinely would like to know more about that, I think that one of my other streams, actually, I went into depth with people about that. So,
gotcha.
Yeah, absolutely.
You did. It was a couple days ago.
Yeah, like on my birthday or something. I think it was during my birthday stream.
Yes,
oh yeah, we both ate a few edibles.
I mean, it was just a basic question if it actually works. If it actually works.
Dr. K.
Go ahead.
Dr. K, hold on. I need you to build me a reindeer real quick.
Dr. KKK.
That's enough. Don't do that. Don't do that, Dr. Functional.
No, Dr. Just call me Functional or Funk, whatever. It's all good.
He calls me Dr. K because somebody on TikTok.
Oh, you're
called me
Dr.
K. Yeah.
Okay. I thought he's referring to me because I'm the only doctor on the panel here who's not even really a doctor.
Well, because DRK, dark.
I'm a guy.
Oh, see, that's the sort of hand holding you need to do with a stoner like me. But also, Shadow, I'm a country boy who now lives in the biggest city in Canada. I'm used to having my firearms.
Wait, I'm from Montana. We're at war.
Dude, I'm on your side.
Yeah.
I'm an expat from America.
I'm from Montana.
I was born in Michigan. But like I'm a country boy. I'm a farm boy.
I'm like war.
No, dude, if we became the 51st to 62nd state, I would be happy. But let's not go down that rabbit hole. I'm used to having my firearms around me, and it's not for people. Funny enough, it's for the bear. It's for that mama black bear that I might have gotten into their sort of sphere, and they're very protective mama black bears with cubs around. I ain't taking shit. Wolves, coyotes, I ain't taking shit. I'm not gonna, so with humans, it's a little bit more direct. They come, they invade your space, and they give you a command. I'm not even giving it a second thought. I'm drawing down to. It's as simple as that.
Keep in mind, so
you got to remember, though, my government has now disarmed us, which is terrible. Right.
So the reason, hold up, let me take a second because I'm almost done with this. Dr. K. So let's talk epilepsy, right? Because there's a lot of people who say people with epilepsy shouldn't play sports ever.
I shouldn't have. So,
but you did.
Now, hold on,
right?
hold on. Well, hold on now, because there's epilepsy is a broad term. Okay.
Yes, it is.
I have what's called junior myoclonic epilepsies. It's a generalized epilepsy. It's a generalized epilepsy syndrome. I had my first tonic-clonic seizure. I guess I'll go into a little bit. I had my first tonic-clonic seizure when I was 8 years old, probably as a result of excitement on a roller coaster. I was on the fucking roller coaster. Okay. Thank God that my mother was the one that was sitting next to me in the roller coaster car, and was able to like hold my head like still and like brace me. That was the first one. Most likely I was having other types of seizures that people don't notice. Myoclonic jerks, absent seizures, which are like blanks, like I blank out, I'll space out. You would equate it to, everybody does that. Everybody spaces out. Yeah, well, sometimes my spacing, sometimes my spacing out. Yeah, sometimes my spacing out is due to abnormal electric activity happening in my brain. It's a neurological thing, right? So for me and my type of epilepsy, the moment that I was diagnosed, I think I had already, I didn't compete in sports. I take that back. I didn't compete in sports after my diagnoses. Prior to my diagnoses, I was extremely athletic. My goal, and I get it, I'm a girl, okay, guys are going to be like, ooh. But my goal was to be a competitive cheerleader, and that's what I wanted. But so being on the bottom of a pyramid and having a tonic-clonic seizure, rather risky. And I wanted to be a flyer, so that wouldn't have worked either. I played sports. I love volleyball. I love playing volleyball. I was a cheerleader. I ran some track. I did all of those things. And even though my epilepsy ultimately, like it took shit away from me. Anyways, I don't want to prattle, but I think that individuals that have an epilepsy disorder that can and does disrupt your daily functioning, it's dangerous. It's really dangerous. You're not only putting yourself at risk, but you're putting other people at risk, and that's. Yeah.
I wonder if it was a vaccine injury from like childhood.
Me? No,
just in general, epilepsy.
No.
Or it can be head injuries, I've heard. But
that's not epilepsy. Those are seizures. That's not epilepsy. Is not like specific. A broad term. It doesn't encompass all seizure disorders. You also have psychogenic non-epileptic seizures that are trauma associated. Those aren't neurological. You don't see the same stuff on EEGs. You don't see what are called generalized spike waves in a person with psychogenic
have to be caught in the act.
Non-epileptic seizures. Yeah. So I'm 45, like I told you guys that. I had my first seizure 37 years ago, and I was diagnosed in March of 1996. I was 14. I turned 15 that year, so I was 14. I did being undereducated about my disorder due to the other shit that was going on in my household. I kind of saw the risk. I kind of didn't see the risk. I didn't like I learned to like what I shared on my stream when I shared about my epilepsy. Unfortunately, I may have waited too long to actually educate myself, and that's on my part. The undereducation on my mother's part, and where my life went at 17 and a half years old, how I was derailed at that point, created some difficulties. I'm not, saying that I couldn't have regrouped at some point. But undertreated, undereducated, could be a reason why my epilepsy hasn't, my type of epilepsy, the junior myoclonic epilepsy, because you have two different demographics of individuals with that diagnosis. You have those who's kind of like disappears, and those generalized spike waves, they're not even there anymore when an EEG is done. Unfortunately, I'm not one of those individuals. It could be due to myself putting myself at risk and whatever.
Yeah.
But
it's incredible how little we still know about the brain.
Yeah. And then so I also refractory. So I've been on like 5 different anti-seizure medications. In 2016, I have a anti-seizure device. It's called a vagus nerve stimulator implanted in my chest, attached to my left vagus nerve. This isn't a tendon. This is a lead. So it's a wire right here. Yeah. So yeah, it's pretty fucking serious. It's pretty fucking serious. Uncle Tom, I spend like the first 3 to 4 hours of my day in bed because that's where it's safest. And I spend a lot of my time inside of my house also because it's where safest. I don't drive unless I absolutely need to. Yeah, it's kind of how I live my life. It sounds kind of lame. But for somebody like me, this is actually how I should have been living my life the whole time. And took me
we are so white. Volleyball.
Can I? I'm gonna empathize with you on something that, again, no other stream is gonna get this information because Dr. K, she's my black lady. So I was born with something called bloodline chimerism. Because of that, it actually causes a number of micro seizures throughout my body on a regular basis. I am constantly in a state of pain. I've also gone through 5 different medications for seizure because my body is slowly but surely going through an auto reject pattern. I became a stunt person because I said, at least if I have a seizure, I'll be getting paid well for
it. Bro, Shadow, I have the same.
I'm going to tell you guys right now, this is like quite paradoxical. But being in a seizure, I've 3 times while driving a vehicle, multiple times right before going to drive, and a couple of times right after driving. Okay. So 3 times I was actually engaged in driving the vehicle and had a tonic-clonic seizure. I've had absent seizures while driving also. That's right. Fucking scary.
Doc, I was driving Uber 2 days ago, and it seized the back of the lower part of my spine as I had a customer in the car.
Yeah. So it's a myoclonic jerk. Yeah, it's a myoclonic thing. So those are weird.
You're getting 3 stars from me, buddy.
I have my eye twitches, and you guys will see me like do this shit. That's what that is. Sometimes. But okay, so what was I gonna say? 3 times while engaged in operating a motor vehicle, I had a seizure. The first time I was driving a manual, and I was on a pretty straight road, very straight road, and I just kind of veered off into the people that were sitting on their porch in their house that watched this happen said that my car hit the ditch at the perfect angle, and I just rolled up into their fucking front yard. I got lucky; my car didn't flip. The second time I was driving a minivan, and I was going westbound on a 4-lane highway, and I was in the right lane I went across this lane, the median, and 2 other lanes of eastbound traffic into the woods, and a tree stopped me. The third one, I was in a Taco Bell drive-through, and I felt the aura. I felt the seizure coming on, and I thought I had enough time because, well, sometimes I do have enough time to get myself to safety. This time I didn't. So instead of making it to the parking spot that I was trying to get to, I ran my car up a telephone pole and flipped it upside down. I landed like this outside of the driver's side window. And every doctor and every insurance person will tell you the only reason that I lived through the third one and didn't come out with any fucking injuries was because I was unconscious and my body just went with emotion. I got lucky that the tree didn't put the engine in my chest in that minivan. I was traveling at probably over 100 miles an hour across 4 lanes of traffic into a tree. So when I say I don't want to drive, like I don't want to drive. I do it when I have to, and that's it. And I'm even afraid to walk down like a road that has no sidewalk. So if I live in a community where there's no sidewalk, you'll very rarely find me outside because I could drop in the road and it could be dark. Yeah, so I keep my shit pretty calm and lame over here, staying inside of my house. You guys are like my social. Yeah, that's it.
I had a seizure. I had a seizure on my motorcycle.
Oh Lord! Hold on.
I am.
Well, I don't know, Mo. But you guys are here with us. Everybody that's still left in Rex's stream, like you guys are here with us.
Howdy, Rex's stream.
Yeah.
No, Shadow, you retarded? You're gonna have a fucking seizure on your bike? Are you crazy?
Look, I felt it coming because I felt the locking up in my left knee. I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah, I get that.
Nah, I'll be okay. And then as I went to shift down, my leg shot up.
Yup.
I was like, shit. So I tried to release my gas. Instead, my right arm locked up, and I shot my 750 Shadow straight into an 18-wheeler truck. I didn't harm the truck. It folded my bike.
Yeah, thanks, Common Circles. That's dude, I can't see. Okay, so here's the other thing. All right, it sucks. Oh, you guys are I'm just gonna do it. It's my fucking stream. I can do what I want. It's a chill stream, anyways. It fucking sucks because
it's a party, and I'll do if I want to.
That's right. It sucks because like I'm not a still person. Like I
need to move.
I have so many different interests, and I like to do things, and I like fucking motorcycles, fast cars, and big trucks, and 4-wheeling, and all
hell
that
yeah,
stuff, dude. I love all of those things. I was an athlete. The things that were going on in my house when I should have been being properly taken care of, and instead ended up on the streets when I was 17 and a half years old. You know, it sucks. I don't know how else to say it. It fucking sucks to be such an active person.
Yeah.
And then like all of these things are just fucking taken away from you. And I felt like I like probably rebelled a little bit because I didn't want this thing. I didn't fucking ask for this thing. I didn't do anything to have this thing. And all of a sudden it gets to strip my childhood and my adolescence away from me. I don't get to experience the same things that all of my friends are doing. Like I acted out probably a little bit because of that. But when you are on the street at 17 and a half years old, I'm sure that there are other people out there in the world that can fucking relate to that. Without epilepsy, it can be difficult. But I was in survival mode for a long, long time with a disorder that doesn't like survival mode because stress is the biggest trigger. So I would fare to say that because I lived most of my adult life at the end of my childhood and most of my adult life in that state of mind, yeah, I had a lot of triggers around me. Like I got really lucky that I wasn't having seizures all the time. At least I had some medicine. And I can't go without health insurance. Like I either pay money, you don't understand. I have a device in my chest that literally, in order, what refractory means. What refractory means? Medicine didn't do it. That's what refractory means. Multiple medicines were used in an attempt to control my seizures and did not do so effectively. That's what this fucking device is. Like this isn't the first option, okay? This is a last resort for refractory epilepsy.
Suffocation, no breathing.
So like it just is what it is, right? And I sit here today and I do thank the Lord that I'm not on the street anymore. I ain't been on the street for a minute. And the last time I was on the street, it was for like a week. But I was at a hotel because I had money. I was between apartments.
Leia, that is perfect.
Yeah.
Suffocation, no breathing, don't give
I'm
a
gonna say this.
Don't like sneezing.
Dr. K,
yeah.
I took your opposite route where you decided to be safer because you understood.
I didn't.
Because of my
I didn't
say decide. I said decide.
No, yeah, I didn't have. I didn't give myself the option to live safer until I knew that it was safe to come out of survival mode, and I still haven't all the way yet. It's a process, and you know, my central nervous system fucking hates me and my epilepsy hates my central nervous system. And it's a battle for the fucking frontal hemisphere of my brain on a constant daily basis because the type of epilepsy I have starts simultaneously on both sides of my brain, affects both sides of my brain all the time, which is ultimately why I do like the debate thing. Like the reason that I do that is because it keeps me cognitively engaged to strengthen those things that my epilepsy weakens. So
given that she's got a tiny girl brain, that's a lot of real estate that's being affected.
It's a game and it's a tool for me. So I don't take it all that seriously. But I take it seriously because it's something that I enjoy, but I don't take it seriously to the point that like it's not really worth hating people when you have a confrontation.
It also helps you keep your mind sharp.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Staying cognitively engaged helps to strengthen.
You fat fuck. You disgust
me. What is that?
It's a Cinnabon loaded.
Oh, look at you. Yeah. In my mouth.
But that's exactly why I try to do things like step into this arena against Shadow and be like, look, we're not debating, we're just talking. But like, I'm going to push back on some things, even the things that I agree with. I want to push back on because I want to get that side of things that maybe, even though I'm on your side, I might not have considered A, B, C. And so debate is such a healthy debate, discussion, parsing ideas is such a healthy thing for you to exercise your brain with. Just don't forget to feed it. Feed it information.
The worst part about it is a lot of people see me spaz out on panels. It's because there's times when my pain is so high because of my chimerism that if I don't lash out, I'll start clinching.
Yeah, it's like
100%. Yeah. So and you're irritable from physical pain, it's gonna come out.
Look at the interaction I had on your show the other night, DSD with Uncle Tom, me and him the first time. I fucking lost my shit, bro, because that was a bad pain day for me, and I lost my shit on Tom, and I just fucking.
It happens. The fact that I have a disorder that fucks with my ability to regulate my emotions, I'd say I do relatively well. So
Most of the time, yeah.
yeah, most of the time.
I'm being honest. There are times where I'd just be like, I wish she'd shut up already. And to preface, like, I don't, and I'm pretty sure you all don't see this as this is the excuse. This is just what is. Right. So yeah, losing my shit, I'm still gonna hold myself accountable, responsible for losing my shit.
For what we did.
Just letting other people know, well, this is why I lose my shit. I'm not making an excuse. I'm saying what is. Yeah. You do. You and AVG both, which is actually quite remarkable because I witness a lot of women online who do debate stuff, and it's just not the same mental processes that will lead to a victorious outcome for your argumentation, because it's very logic driven, very fact driven, less emotion driven. And you'll notice even debaters, even male debaters, when they rely on appeals to emotion or just emotional arguments, they tend to not do well.
Right.
Unless they're being entertaining and
there's a time and a place. There's a time and a place for appeal to emotion, and that's when you're dealing with social injustice shit. Like honestly, that's where it belongs. Women know how to do it better, I should say, when it comes to the emotional appeal. But if you're not at least weaving some rational thought into your emotional appeal, it's just not going to land well with men.
Lost. Yeah.
It's not going to land well with men at all. You might have all the fucking influence over the women, but it's just not going to land well with the men. So you have to know how and when to use that emotional appeal.
You working right now, or is that your
me?
Son, daughter?
Me, Uber?
Oh, Shadow.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just wondering.
One of the reasons I work so hard while I'm on stream is because of the same thing. I'm physically moving a lot, and I'm able to have conversations. So it keeps that pain. It allows me to ignore the pain.
Oh yeah. And obviously you're making some money too. So I'm not faulting. I was just asking for clarity.
That's also why I sound the way I do. I'm constantly drowning. Like I'm constantly drowning in blood, and there's nothing I can do about it.
That's weird.
That's why you sound like Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, sure.
That's crazy. But similar to me, like this is why it's a big deal for me to do the a barbell press at such a high weight, is because my problem stems from my right hip down and then my left shoulder up. So typically what I do, I'm pressing 65s in each hand. But if my left shoulder doesn't engage, or I have a micro seizure in the muscle misfires or something, I can easily drop the weight. I'm not dropping a bar onto me.
Right.
So I can relate to and the gym is why I don't stop moving. I'm in there every other fucking day. If I'm not doing that, I'm at home. I'm usually working. I have a home business where I paint. And so I do a lot of artistic endeavors, or, I can procrastinate and be on shows like this and exercise the mental muscle with people like Shadow, Tom, DSD, whoever else wants to talk to me.
Yeah, I don't.
I've lost far too many IQ points.
When I squat, I don't squat with a
not because
bar.
of you guys, just in general.
I use the machine.
You're squatting?
Yeah, I squat. Yeah, of course I do.
You do.
Anyways, so when I go to the gym, if I'm gonna squat to do legs and I want it weighted, I don't do. There's no fucking way. I'm on a machine. I'm using the
leg press. Calf raise.
What's the
every time you move your hands out of the middle, like they disappear.
I know. What's the thing called that's got the
Leg
not a-
press.
No, it's stand up with the
Stand up.
bar on your shoulder.
Oh,
squat.
Oh!
yeah.
Fuck, not a
It's
Steven.
the,
The deadlift.
I don't know what that
No.
thing is called, but that's what I
No.
use because there's no. I don't want to
It's
be
the
like
barbell that's on rails, Shadow, and it's got the lock.
Because
Not a
it's safer.
Steven
Yeah.
Smith machine.
If I fall down, that whole thing's not falling down with
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
right?
That's exactly
Yeah.
why Smith machine is really good
Yeah,
because
Smith machine. Yes.
it's got that dead zone at the bottom and it can drop a lot, like maximum plates. It can drop and save a life.
Yeah. So
Or
that's
save a leg from being crushed or something. You know, it's got that.
Well, it allows
that's
you.
very good.
The key is it allows you to go to failure without having to worry about injury.
Yeah.
So,
Well, the reason that I don't squat with a free bar is because if I have a seizure in the middle of a squat, like
that's very good.
the weight's
to know,
not coming down on me. I don't do free weights above the head. I do use free weights like for punch, but I won't do free weights above the head because I don't want to drop a fucking weight on my head.
I hate the leg press at my gym because I load it to max and I'm crushing it. I'm like, what do I do now? Do I get people to like ride on top of the plates? Like, how do I progress?
Right. Oh
damn,
man.
let us find out that
I'll be back.
Darkseid actually has a fat ass. That'd be
No,
She
cool.
does.
That wasn't on my bingo card.
She does. It's on my bingo card.
Are you talking? Wait, what the fuck just happened? I just
We've
missed
seen
it.
those legs, girl.
Are you talking about me? Did you just say let's
Yeah.
find out Darkseid has a fat ass? Is that what
She
you
does.
just
Did
said?
you not see her at the Bry Shap question? She's there in all her glory, head to toe. PHAT.
You can look at somebody's face and know that she's thick.
I'm not sick.
Not thick.
No,
I'm
dude,
not
what are
sick.
you talking about?
Wait.
You got that?
It's
Okay.
sorry.
Stop.
You were in Montana too long, bro.
Yeah, Leia,
Look,
but do
By
you
the
see
way,
how
I'm
hard she's
actually
working?
supposed to be I'm actually
Being
supposed to be
respectful
the
here.
whitest black guy in this in this space right here. So I don't know where
Who,
you came
me?
from.
You?
Shadow.
I'm only black
on
you're
Wednesdays,
taking
dude.
My
throne,
nickname
man.
is in fact Wasp, and there's only 3 black people in the entire state of Montana. So
And you're 3 of them.
I dropped the black population by a third by leaving.
30%. Damn. And then
No.
crime rate dropped 30% too. Damn.
And unplanned pregnancies.
Oh shit!
Shadow took all the statistics with him to Texas.
I can't pull out of a parking spot, so
What are you, Asian too?
Damn.
I think you broke DSD. Shit. We're gonna have to give her more cybernetic implants. She's gonna be half Borg at this
Yeah,
point.
I know her fucking trake's popping out. I gotta hear what Leah has to say.
Is Leah in here?
Yeah.
Where is she? I didn't see her enter.
Oh,
not
Leah's
in here.
black too.
Oh,
what?
she's
No,
been.
Leah's not black. Leah's white. How dare you? That's racist.
She's been busting my balls the entire time, dude.
I'm black. She's albino.
She's an albino black.
Yeah.
You know, I had a friend in high school who was an albino
You're right.
black.
You're right, Leah. I never asked. I'm so
And-
sorry that I assumed your race.
The funny thing was, like, I never assumed anything but albino. I had no idea he was black. And then, like, 8 years later, we're both working at an amusement park together. His parents came to visit, and I'm like, holy shit, you're black? And it just came out. And his parents look at each other, look at me, and the father says, yeah, sometimes we stick around. And I just lost my shit. Laughing, joking. I ended up dating his sister for like 2 years. It was hilarious.
Oh, yeah. Some people have a sense of humor.
Yeah, and this is like late 90s, early aughts. So,
Yeah.
I mean, there was not this fucking bullshit we're dealing with now.
AVG has made it back to the building. She says, Rex, Wally, good to see you, gentlemen. I don't think Rex is here at all, but his stream is. I think they're having their own conversation in their chat, but I think they might still be looking at us. So who knows? She said she's coming up 5 minutes.
Weren't you just before Nor in the question period?
Huh? I was. Yeah.
Oh, no, you were like the first person, weren't you?
No, I think hold on.
Second.
I was after Rob. I was the person after Rob. And I'm pretty, you really can't, I mean, maybe guys can tell. I don't know. I cover myself up pretty fucking good. I wear oversized shit when I go out.
As the saying goes, women should dress tight enough to know that that they're a woman, loose enough to know that they're a lady.
Yeah, I'm pretty modest.
Well, I mean, that was, like you were. There we go. Okay. I have to. This and
we lost Shadow. He might got somebody in his car. So
yeah. Can you bring up my share?
Oh yes. Oh yeah. Oh, that's me. Sure.
Look at this tiny little thing. Look at this tiny little thing. She asked her question, and I think at one point, no, where was it?
Oh, like, you see me walk away.
One point where it was a full body shot, and I'm like, damn, this girl's thick.
I'm not
she's
thick.
And she's thick. Okay, maybe I can't find it. Oh, there's
Rachel's thick. Rachel's thick.
You guys have I walked away. I tripped on a fucking Uncensored America camera thing and almost knocked the fucking camera over. I was so anxious.
But girl, you did such a good job there because it was like, who the hell is this that they're asking such a good question of this piece of shit? Like, I was not expecting tiny little white girl to be like, hey, Brian, my balls are bigger than yours.
He called me a despicable human.
Yeah,
I did get his. I did get his attention. I think it might have been in my TikTok.
But for all your talk of this anxiety and that was really good. That was a really good showing, and it was not easy given that a room full of people. The channel is going to be broadcast to millions of people. That's not easy. That's not easy to do. Somebody
I had to in my and when the short that I posted, I clarified because I tripped over my words a little bit, especially with the conscription question. Yeah. I was glad that Rachel was like, she knew and he also knew what I was asking, and he conceded, and it took Rachel, the young lady that was a few people ahead of me, and me to get him to concede that men and women are there's the disproportionate shit there when it comes to bodily autonomy, because we all know that bodily autonomy doesn't really fucking exist anyways. So we're all the government tells us what we can and cannot do with our bodies.
And basically, at its purest form, it's all about duty, because my duty is to defend the country. We're under attack. I get drafted. Yes, I want me to be drafted. Well, I don't want it, but it's my duty that I'm going to be just drafted to protect the nation. I do not want DSD, AVG, my ex-wife, any women on the front lines with me. I want them knitting
the Army told me that too.
And pressing bullets and stuff for us, sure. But I do not want them on the front lines because they're going to be a liability. It's the difference of duty. And there is no draft duty for women to say, yes, we're conscripting you into hard labor to support the war effort. There's none of that.
But see, the duty. Here. So a woman's duty to society isn't to do those things. ultimately the first duty that she has to society is to continue it, right?
Oh yeah.
So-
But I'm
and so
saying
that was
nose to the
point.
grindstone.
So hold on.
China's now got boots on the ground in Texas and like
Right, but
Florida.
the context of that was men are forced to
by
fulfill
law,
that duty
by violence, threat of violence.
Because if you don't comply,
Straight to
you
jail.
can go to jail. Yeah. So, but for women, if you don't have children and you can have children, there's no consequence for that.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's why the bodily autonomy thing.
Yeah, we just get to make the decision about whether or not we want to have kids. But you guys don't have a decision on whether or not you're going to be sent to war should it come to that point. Now, mind you, I am realistic and I do understand that a war would have to get to a very large scale due to our military size before conscription was even brought into the situation.
Yes.
However, it still stands that if it does get to that point that you guys don't have a fucking choice, and that's not fair. So you guys are lawfully inclined to fulfill your duty, and we just get to decide whether or not we do. That's not okay.
And thinking of the other side of these things, it's not like I'm saying, or we're saying, I should say, that we're going to codify in law that you must have children. We want to change the societal tone of saying, yes, motherhood is probably the greatest thing in life you can do. And most notably, because we cannot do it. We contribute to it, but that's something you guys can do that we just cannot do. And that's wonderful. And it's something that I personally will worship about women as a group and say, yeah, like that's that. And there's nothing to counter that, but we're not saying, hey, we're turning it into the Handmaid's Tale now. Even though I think maybe we should, for some of these feminists, give them exactly what they want. If people want to say, oh, hey, AVG.
Hi, AVG.
Man prattle is happening.
I finally was able to leave the bed. I was so tired. Oh my God. Sorry. Go ahead.
You need to sleep, woman. It's not healthy.
I did.
Okay.
I did. I slept most of today.
Most of the day.
I went to bed at 8 a.m. and I've been sleeping since, basically. So
I figured you were up late streaming.
Oh yeah, I was on Emmett's.
Yeah,
I was on Emmett's. We were reviewing a Cope stream. It's part of the Cope tour. And we watched some funny, totally unrelated Instagram clips about well, a man and a blind woman. So it's great.
After we talked about that, in my Instagram feed, I kept getting accounts that are like, this guy's blind and he has a not seeing woman. And no, DSD, it was like 5 or 6 different accounts in the For You section. And I was like,
yeah, it's because everything's listening to us. We're listening to on our phones, all our devices, and this chat.
I don't have the same protections on my phone that I do have on my PC because my PC cannot do that. But my phone is right here next to me. It was listening, and it is also tied to my Instagram. It's just so funny how that works.
But no word of a lie, guys. When I was on Instagram, like the day after the debate, I got this recommended video, and in this video, it's about a dwarf, a black man who's a dwarf, who gets set up on a blind date with a tall white woman.
Oh, I think I've seen this movie before.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I don't know.
Oh,
I want to see it.
Is it about Marte?
No, it's a different guy.
Different black dwarf.
Tom.
Wait, is Marte black? I don't even know.
Oh my gosh.
Marte,
well, if you guys want to watch it,
bro, I'm joking. I had to.
I'm joking, but I'm also serious. Is Marte black? I don't know.
He is. He's half black and half Dominican.
I didn't know. It's like when I when I lost my shit on you. I'm like, I don't even know if this guy's black. I thought Uncle Tom, like he's probably trolling or something. It doesn't even.
I'm definitely. My parents are from Jamaica, but
well, it doesn't register in my brain when I'm having a tete-a-tete with someone. So that later, when AVG told me you were black, I was like, oh, I get it now. Why people were like saying, why did you like said you? They told me that I was like chimping out or like I lost my shit. I'm like, yeah, I lost my shit. So what?
You should see how surprised they are when I show up to job interviews. They're like, oh. So much disappointment.
I like Jamaicans though. You guys have some fucking tasty food. That's why I live close to Little Jamaica.
Listen, tell me if this is racist, okay? I work in a nursing home, right? And I was walking down the hall the other day. I know. And this guy, he's sitting in his wheelchair, and I look over at him. I'm like, that dude's got to be French Creole. Got to be. I go back into the kitchen, okay? And I come across his meal ticket, and I see his name.
Why would that be? Why would that be racist?
I was right. But because it was,
I'm not following. She's just having a giggle fit.
It was Pierre. His last name was Pierre.
his first name was Pierre. His last name was like this fucking long. I was like, holy shit.
Oh,
maybe I think it's racist. I don't know. I just thought it was funny. I just thought it was funny because
it's not racist.
Okay, thank you. It's not
like
racist.
people like if you gave 6 tries, I could guess your first name. I mean,
it's not hard.
Melissa, Kathy, Joanne. I'm not saying I'm gonna do it. I'm just saying like
go ahead.
It can only be no, it's fine. I'm just saying you're white. It can only be like 6 to 8 things. I did that. I did that before at a club.
I refuse. I refuse to contribute. I plead the fifth.
Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah.
when I first joined, like a lot of people know my first name because when I first started like entering into these different spaces, rarely my name was
that.
There, so
Rebecca.
No.
I already said Melissa, Joanne. I already said.
Let's not play that.
Becky,
Danielle, Victoria, Nancy.
That's 6. That's all you got. No. You said you could do it in 6. You said you could do it in 6, and you didn't.
Okay, she's very ashamed of it. Now let's move on.
I did it before at a.
My alter ego. Her name's Maggie.
I don't want to know what that chick is into on a Friday night.
She doesn't come around too often anymore. She gets in trouble. Anyway,
I think all women have an alter ego, especially if you're tightly wound. Like anybody who knows me knows, like in my daily, job, I'm very professional and proper and stuff. Yeah, I have a wild side.
Leah, you're not different, Leah. You're not.
Her name's that's AVG. That's all. Leah. Wait a minute. Is Leah saying she's different?
Yeah.
My nose is racist. First of all, this is my English bulbous. Okay.
Same. Just hiding the upper half of it under the helmet.
Is
Yeah.
that an actual photo you took, Dr. Functional?
Oh yeah, that's me and my Doctor. I almost said Dr. Dredd, Judge Dredd helmet. I wasn't kidding when I said I have a plethora of helmets. I have my Leonidas around here somewhere.
It's funny.
AVG, what is this video? Is this something we're supposed to watch?
Yeah, of course.
No, that was the stream from.
Well,
this is what I was talking about.
Yesterday.
Leah, do you want to come up?
Yeah. I'd love to talk about the Lego thing. And yes, AVG. First of all, you're a woman, so you're automatically predisposed to what's it called, bipolar. But you're also a junglist chick, so we already know you got that crazy streak.
I can do the moves, man. I've got D&D moves.
I want to bust a move so bad, but I have no idea where to go.
I was invited to
My city
something
has
once.
such a great music scene. I just don't know where to go because they've closed everywhere I used to go down.
Well, you haven't been to like Department or like Coda or like if you're in Toronto or Stereo if you're in Montreal or like there's all kinds of places.
Yeah, I could probably
Hold
look
on,
into it.
Leah. Yeah,
Central
Leah.
Canada.
Hold on, Leah. The StreamYard link is posted in the chat. Come up here. Of course, you can come up. It's
I've
open
heard
now.
people talk about the Lego
Because
situation.
the person that originally only had the link that obviously has chosen not to come here, but he did see the stream because he was in Rex's chat and Rex was restreaming. I think Rex is still restreaming me because he's still up in my right hand corner in my StreamYard, and they seem to wonder if Rex maybe just didn't end his stream. So
Wait, who's the? Can we say who's the special guest now since they apparently aren't coming?
yeah, it was Marte.
Oh, he did show up in chat.
He was in, yeah, but he wasn't in my chat.
Oh, but he didn't. Right. Okay, I got you.
Why did you wanna invite him up?
Well, because I want to have an actual conversation with him.
Oh, right, because he was like discussing you yesterday.
Yeah, it was pretty
told
much.
me,
It was pretty
told
much.
me at the outset, like I commanded the woman to let me on stream, and
Yeah.
she caveated, sure, but like when the special stuff happens, you gotta
go.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so he didn't accept my invitation.
That's a shame.
I'll be honest with you. If you watch I mean, I watched his stream last night. And if you watch his stream last night, I mean, I really was trying to get the same type of conversation out of him that Mo was able to have with him. and I'll be honest, it probably was better coming from a guy. I get that. I 100%
Well, especially after
get
what happened with the debate.
yeah, I 100% get that. I can understand how that would be defeating to a man. I tried to let him know that like there's no reason to be defensive in a conversation with me. I wasn't poking at him. I'll stand on that. I wasn't poking at him. And he poked at me a little bit, and a fair game. But I didn't have the intent to poke him while he was up here on my stream. If he chose to accept the invitation, but he chose not to, which is also okay. But I mean, to be honest, I was glad to see some of the discussion between him and Mo. But I also think that he's still backtracked even after that conversation. So I don't really know. I just wanted to have that conversation, pretty much the conversation that we were going back and forth in DMs, and then he brought up a lot of the same things that he brought up in the DMs. He did bring up on the stream last night with Mo, and Mo was ultimately able to get him to do almost exactly what I was attempting to do. So it is what it is. I just wanted him to see how his framing was incorrect for the purpose in which he was trying to use it. I wasn't trying to call him stupid. He was adamant that I said he was a shit debater. I went back and watched myself say exactly what I said, and that's that I thought he was smarter than that. Sorry if you don't like that, but I get called retarded all the time, so thicken your skin, buddy.
Yeah.
I wanted to have an actual conversation with him, but obviously he wasn't willing. But again, he conceded to Mo the exact point that I was trying to make. So, but then again, he walked it back. So I don't know how much concession there is really, but it's whatever.
Well, the only way you're going to get a conversation with him at this point is if you goad him into a debate. That's what I had to do, right? Unfortunately, just to like literally talk to him about this crap. And yeah, as soon as you align yourself with like certain people, he sees you as like basically fellowshipping. He calls it fellowshipping, or aligning with the enemy. And once you do that, he will even resist a debate with you unless you goad him into it. That's the only way he'll even talk to you after that happens.
Yeah. I mean,
because he sees you as not leaning towards Orthodox Christianity because you talked to someone who has once or twice said that they don't think that it's for them, or that they think that Christianity is.
That's fine. In my real life, nobody is an Orthodox Christian, so.
I don't know well, other than the people from my parish, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like in my everyday life, not a single person that I interact with regularly is a fucking Orthodox Christian. So
yeah,
like my parents are not Orthodox. No one in my family is Orthodox. Some of them have some relatively liberal ideals. It's fine. They're my family. I mean, even my dad have our, like I lean one way. He doesn't lean as extreme to that direction as I do. But I mean, it's whatever. Like I'm going to interact with whoever I want to interact with because there's something to learn from every interaction that you have. And I mean, I'm sorry, but this is my channel. And in order to grow my channel, I am going to interact with big channels that draw attention. It's business. It's not personal. These people that I interact with, the channels that I interact with to get exposure are talking about a lot of the same things. And why not?
Like
because they have a different lifestyle than me. I'm not going to their house. I'm literally being me from my channel on their channel. They're allowing me the exposure, and I would do the same. I'm sorry. If Dusty wanted up on my panel right now, he would definitely be allowed on my panel. It's called mutual fucking respect. I may not agree with everything that man says or does in his personal life, but really, honestly, that's none of my fucking business.
Those conversations are so boring too. I love talking to people who have different ideas because it causes me to grow as a person.
Yeah, I don't want to be
my own ideas.
Yeah, within reason, right? Like I don't want to talk to a deranged Satanist, for instance.
Well,
I'll talk to one with its faculties for the purposes of a debate.
Yeah, and I mean, but again, if I allow those individuals up on my panel, they're going to follow my rules or they're going to be removed. And I won't do the type of personal attacks over here. If you want to have a conversation with somebody and attack the principle and the argument, that's fucking fine. But I'm just not okay with attacking people. It has no place here. It has no place here. You can do it. If you want to call me retarded in a funny way, that's fine. If you want to call me retarded from my chat, that's fine.
I don't need your permission.
But if you want to, if you're just gonna start slinging mud all over my channel, like I'm gonna ban you. Like I don't want that. I don't want that.
It's not productive. It's not even fun.
I want the topics that are dividing people to be talked about, but I don't want the bullshit.
You're probably going to find that on the Dusties and the Confluences and the Fatties and all those other places.
And if I'm on their panels, I have no permission to tell them how they should be running their channels. But if they come up on my panel, my rules are my rules. Like, and I mean, I've said it 1,000 times to Uncle Tom. If you don't like it, the fucking button's right there. Just click out. I mean,
some people don't see it in these, professional terms. They take everything's personal. They can't take any form of constructive criticism unless they arrive at it themselves. Because that's a loss. Everything's win or lose. There's no middle outcome.
Yeah.
But it's the law of the excluded middle, man, in action. The literal life is a logical fallacy for these people. But
is Leah coming up here or not?
She had to go deal with her kids or something.
Oh, that's dumb. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. That's not dumb.
She said she'll be on soon. She just needed to get rid of the kids.
Peace out, girlfriend. but me and Emmett reviewed that Mo Tay interaction last night, and that's what the video in the back is. I just gave you the timestamp for the Instagram clips.
Oh, I don't think it gave me the timestamp.
It's
probably on my. You wrote it. I see.
Oh, are you talking about the Instagram clips that he was using?
Yeah, because I want to see that.
Hold on. Wait, okay, so are you talking about the one where the dude was like, No,
I'm talking about some clips that me and Emmett watched for entertainment after we reviewed this stream with Mo.
Oh, hold on. I always forget.
There's so many like meta with or what do you call it? Conversations within conversations, panelceptions going on at one time.
Yeah. Okay. So what is the timestamp? Hold on. Let me.
7:09.
7:09.
7:09:42.
All right. 7:09. We're gonna start here. Okay, we'll start here. like a minute before. Let me bring my screen to the
It's
stage.
a palate cleanser.
Yeah, it's a palate cleanser from all the shit.
Getting all serious and shit. But that's exactly why I appreciate just what you were saying, DSD, is the conversation I had with Shadow. It wasn't to change. It wasn't to debate. It wasn't to change my mind, because my mind relatively isn't changed. But I heard more opinion outside of that rage sphere that's been going on online.
All right, let me get over here.
And by the way, WM on his debate last night. If you guys haven't watched that, go ahead.
The democracy one, yeah, it was pretty good.
I slept.
We can.
I had it on in the background while I was working.
That was dope. That was the last of the.
Oh, good. Can we watch the?
Yes, we can watch
unrelated videos now.
We can watch the unrelated videos now. Let me.
Mexican and a snow Mexican walk into a bar.
Hola.
I can stop.
A. Just say A. Hola, A.
Hola, ese.
No. Can everybody see mine?
¿Cómo estás? Estoy bien. What's going on?
Yep. You should be able. I should be able. There we go. We see
Muy
you now.
bien.
All right. This is totally unrelated, guys. It has nothing to do with. Has nothing to do with what we currently just discussed. And oh, it just says watch stream. Oh, there we go. Okay.
No, it is showing. It is showing.
That well. But I have on my phone.
All right. Ready?
Oh, there you go.
She's here. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, how are you?
Thank you for joining us tonight.
Oh, she's
For a
blind.
spectacular evening with a great gentleman.
Thank you.
Yeah, legitimately.
Oh, nice. Tell me about yourself.
I'm kind of shy, you know. I never seen someone so pretty like you.
Thank you.
What do you think about me just by hearing my voice?
I think you're so cute and sweet.
You got me blushing a little bit. What do you look for in that guy?
Who can accept me, I guess, you know, who's kind and who can understand my condition.
Do you think I'm that guy?
I don't know, I just...
She just met you.
So...
Yeah, definitely. I don't know how to react. When you lose one sense, all your other senses are stronger. Think when you first saw her.
I was like, this motherfucker right here.
No idea that you're a little person. You're 6 foot today.
Sorry for giving you How tall you think I am?
6 foot.
6'2"? Yeah. I'm 6 feet.
Don't lie. Come on, dude.
I like tall girls.
I'm going over this.
Thank you for joining us tonight.
Is the second part?
No, there's part 2. There's part 2.
Oh no.
Can we see part 2? You can see it right now.
Please.
Let's keep going.
I have one wish. What would it be?
To see.
Why is that?
Who I am? Do you want to apologize?
I'm sorry. I apologize for that. I apologize. That was not.
Are you straight?
Maybe.
Do you want a husband?
Yeah, I would have been married.
Do you have any pets?
Yeah, in a way. It's kind of hard to explain. It's like a back house. I'm still on the property, but not in the same household.
She's asking you questions and you're answering completely different questions.
Bro, what the fuck she think?
She said, do you have pets? And you said, yeah, I live with my parents in the back house. Why would you tell her that? You're not good at blind dating.
I don't think that's the one for me.
Why? She said, are you straight?
You said, yeah. Then asked if you wanted a husband, and you said, yes, I want to get married.
She was. She thinks you're gay.
You're not gay, right?
No.
Oh.
Hell no. No. I hope we are able
Sound gay.
run this back again.
Yeah, me too.
No fucking way.
Shit.
That's what I feel like. I'm feeling a little
You're strong.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
There's that.
If you have one,
Oh.
what would it
Oh, fuck.
If you had one wish,
Oh
what
my
would it
God.
be?
To see why.
To see.
You had
Fucking
one
kidding
wish.
me.
I want to clarify the reason why we were laughing hysterically at that video is that guy has like the worst dating game ever and lied about his completely different height,
Yeah.
not their disabilities.
No. Oh my God, that's so hilarious.
God, that
I thought I was awkward.
that was funny. I'm just gonna say, like,
it doesn't make you not awkward, Doctor. I'm just letting you know.
No, I'm totally awkward. Fuck.
That
I'm not
awkward?
that level of awkward. I'm not. Do you want to get married? Yes, I want a husband. I'm not that level of awkward.
that was yeah, so she can still feel that you're short, guys. Sorry.
She doesn't care about height because she's blind.
Right. Sure.
she can't see that you're short. That's all that matters. Come on.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, come on, Leo. We're here waiting for you in the Lego thing.
Yeah, woman.
What is that link for, Leah?
What's the Lego thing?
where's the link?
Is it that crime that happened? I don't know.
There were two things that were going on recently. That's why I was wondering, Tom, like which one she was bringing up because, you know,
Okay.
don't pay attention to everything.
Talk amongst yourself. Mods, make sure my chat doesn't get out of whack. I have to go use the powder room. I shall return.
All right. Let me get off my elliptical and go back to my computer so I can mod chat. Ugh. How are you gentlemen doing this weekend?
Oh, pretty good. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Bricks and minifigs was one story, and then there was another story. So I don't know which one Leia was. Is it Leia or Leah?
Leia. It's Reckless Ben is the streamer that got involved in it.
Yeah.
And the Bricks and Figs is, or I think that's the wrong name. They're the shop that bought the. Well, they bought the shop that bought the collection. Have you read the full story?
No, I've just been told tangentially what the sort of basics of the story was going on there.
Oh. Yeah, there's a couple issues going on. Also, this guy, Reckless Ben, he's going around and filming aspects of his litigation with respect to this. So there's been defamation suits against him.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's been, last we checked, I think he's been ordered off of the matter. Like he can't have anything to do with the case on a representation basis. But Leia was talking about this I wasn't there for the full conversation about, I think it was on Thursday on the Potatoes Eye. They were doing a open channel. Okay, she's coming.
Yeah, this week my attention has been somewhat limited to the. Oh, there she goes.
Hey yo! What up,
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm gonna try not to be too windy. I've got my noise canceling headphone on, but it's literally 100 degrees in Tennessee, so I gotta have
Noise canceling headphones? DSD run.
Noise.
Normally, my dermatologist tries to get rid of bunny lines if I have them, so we don't like nose wrinkles.
Girl, don't even get me started.
Yeah, but are you taking care of those pores, girl? Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, actually, I do have a pore problem. Stop calling me out, okay? I do use pore strips. Okay, I'm on it. Okay. Jeez.
Oh.
I got a recommendation for you then after stream.
Why are you demonizing her pores?
I'm not.
I walk
Even as
everywhere. I get sweaty sometimes in the summer, because it's so freaking hot right now. It's like Hayden's armpit. Okay.
No, to Wendy, Charles Darwin says, "No more beans for you." $200,000 in Legos. All right, Leah, this is your this. It's the floor is yours.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I did echo. Okay, I didn't echo now. Sorry, that really messes with me. I can't talk about. Anyway, so the Legos, yeah, we were talking about it on Thursday, and this actually kind of precipitated my entire deep dive into the Lego thing. We were talking about it a little bit on Tater's panel, and really his name just flew out of my head. I was about to say Confluence. Who was it that came up like aggressively? I know you know ABG.
Jeez. I feel like I should know him, but I don't.
Shoot. Okay, anyway, somebody came up whose name I can't remember right this second, but I will eventually think it out, and like super aggressively asked me questions. And so at first I was like kind of women'sly offended for a second, but I'm like, okay, let me just think about this logically, because it's like, have you actually watched any of the videos? And I'm like, I have watched coverage from other people of the videos, but no, I have not watched the 6 hours worth of content from Reckless Ben. Like I have kids and summer they're at home. Like I don't have 6 hours, right? Like I would love to over like 6 days maybe, but I did have a while because my kids went to stay with Mama and Papa last night, and so I actually ended up between yesterday and today watching like 10 hours worth of extensive Reckless Ben content, and so I can confidently say I understand the entire situation on a whole new level, which has been insane. And so and I've also done some research. I've got 3 separate. I think I'm going to have to make a whole video about it because everybody's asking questions about it. Nobody really understands it. And I feel like I actually have a lot of actual physical, one more time, Leah, evidence now that I did not have before as well. Like I have a timeline from like an AI generated from all different sources from around the internet, like all the places that have publicized it. And then I have a timeline that Band Incorporated, who owns Bricks and Minifigs, released themselves a couple of weeks ago, and one that the former owner of the franchise that got taken over made. So it's information from everywhere. There's just so much information. But yeah, so I did a bit of a deep dive, and I understand it a little bit more now. So basically, very long story short is there was this man, older man named Ed, who is Brian's father, who over his lifetime, starting in like the 1990s, started collecting these Lego sets. They're both like sets, unopened, great condition, and the figures, like the little fellas, all types of Legos. And he was trying to save them and sell them eventually to fund his grandchildren's college. That was his plan.
Right.
But he ended up getting cancer. And so he talked to the son, and they agreed they would sell at least part of his collection, which ended up being evaluated as like one of the biggest Star Wars Lego collections in the entire world, which is insane. Yeah. And he agreed to sell it so that they could pay for his treatments, right? Sad that we have to do that in America, but whatever. And so he's like, help me sell this. And of course, Brian is like, I don't know how the hell to sell these, like, which I mean, I could completely understand. He didn't know the Lego market, Fine. So he ends up going to a Bricks and Minifigs in Salem. And at the time, this chick named Crystal owns it. And she enters into a consignment agreement. She like estimates the value originally. That's where we get the $200,000 figure from. And that was when she went to his house before she ever had all of the Legos he was going to get rid of. And she looked around at his entire collection and just at a quick glance estimated about $200,000, right? She didn't end up getting all those Legos. Like I said, he was only going to sell part of it, et cetera, et cetera. So really the figure ended up being about, for the entire collection they did receive at that store, $95,000 to $120,000 is about what everybody agrees it should all be worth, like on both sides of it, right? So they got all these Legos, and then there's a whole behind the scenes, by the way, of the Bricks and Minifigs, like as a company, the way they're like dealing with their franchises, because it's a corporation that sells to franchises, kind of like McDonald's, right? Mm-hmm. So like every franchise is owned and operated by this person, and they're responsible for it under the heading of the corporation. which I've never really understood that, but okay. And so, like, why you would want to do that, personally, in my opinion, whatever. And so, they are going to do a hostile takeover of her store, which apparently they do somewhat often because for some reason, a lot of the individual franchise owners have a lot of trouble like making money and actually turning a profit at their store. And so what they end up doing a lot is sending in someone from corporate to do a hostile takeover, break up the store, sell all of the assets, etc., right? This is not uncommon for them. So they were like, okay, this is what we're going to do. Now there's also all this stuff going on in the background. Supposedly, according to BAM, they had absolutely no idea she made this agreement, even though there is a video, a CCTV footage video that she released, Crystal, from inside the store the night that the guy came. I can't remember if that was Matt or Josh. We'll call him Matt. Matt came to do the hostile takeover, like take her keys and kick her out, basically, and do the like hard inventory for the entire store, where she tells him like, hey, listen, you know, like this is what's going on. I have a consignment deal with this guy. And she is like really aggressive about it because she really wants to help him. At least that's how it appears. Feel sorry for him, etc. So she's telling him like, listen, she's trying to like print the receipts from the computer system, the POS system, so she knows what she owes him, etc. She's like, no, I'm not going anywhere until I get these tickets. I need to know like how much I need to pay him, blah, 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 blah. There's this entire backstory where they're accusing her of like theft, and they say that she took a bunch of the figures to some flea market she wasn't supposed to, and that they suspect her of just general theft. And it is weird because CoffeeZilla actually went in with all of the, he got like the inventory sheets and the actual, like the tracking sheet that she was keeping all of the numbers together on, like all of the serial numbers and if she sold them and how much they sold for, spreadsheet, that's what I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm.
He got all that information from her as well. And so he actually, within like a couple $1,000s, found almost every single Lego set. Like it's crazy the work that he did. So huge props to him. And so anyway, she's doing this in the background. And one thing he discovered is that she did seem to make a whole lot of suspicious, quote unquote, layaway deals. Because apparently, even though a lot of the individual franchise owners say that layaway is quite common, corporate is like, no, that's not really supposed to be common. That's not like part of our franchise. You're supposed to buy, sell, trade, not layaway. So that's a whole nother thing because a lot of that money is like tied up in these layaway entries onto the spreadsheet because like somebody would put, say you have 20 items, they would put like item 2, 4, and 16 in layaway, right? And so it would look like a final sale on the spreadsheet, but then they would have to take it off layaway because they couldn't afford it. And then items 2 and 14 would go into layaway from someone else. So it's like all this confusing. She didn't keep good records. That's the moral of the story, right? And may have been stealing. We're not really sure. Just objectively, that's what they say. I don't really believe that. I don't think, whatever. So that's going on in the background. Matt comes to do the hostile takeover of the store. She's like freaking out. There's CCTV footage of him or someone, quote unquote, at least, bringing a U-Haul to the store that night to the loading bay. Can't see what they do. And they leave like 6 a.m. the next morning. So that's when a lot of people are saying, like, obviously he stole Lego. Like, it was him. He loaded it up and took it out of there, you know? He obviously denies this. Says it was for something completely different and it was just there. He was parking the truck there. He wasn't even taking anything, which makes no sense because why would you like bring it to the loading bay and go through all the trouble to like open the truck? You know, like that makes no sense. Whatever. So that's that part of it. And then that's when Crystal talks to Brian and she's like, hey, they did a hostile takeover, which she had been talking with them already because she's trying to move to New Zealand because her man got some work opportunity. So she's about to GTFO anyway. So she's known for a while. Could have been telling him this for months, but whatever. And she's like, they did a hostile takeover. Ooh, I had no idea, which was kind of strange in my opinion as well. And then she's like, you know, y'all have to figure this out. So the next morning, who? Where'd you go?
He's from New Zealand. He's in New Zealand.
Oh.
He's part of this.
The husband?
Yeah.
Are you saying
Oh.
Sandor? It's Sand. Did you say what the hell? Why
Sander.
did Sandor?
Whatever the
Yeah,
fuck.
Sandor.
Oh, you mean the
I didn't even know
person
he
in the
was still in-
chat?
I didn't even know he was still in
Yeah.
here. Is he still in here?
I'm not sure, honestly.
No.
That's
Okay.
funny.
So, what the hell? Listen, I type in Lego theft. Do you? I got another story. Like
A different Lego theft story?
Oh, like
Yeah, that's why I was
what the
asking because
fuck?
another one came up recently.
Yeah, look, okay. There have been several major Lego theft stories recently.
Mm-hmm.
First one. A Texas man was sentenced to 45 years in prison after stealing more than 200 Lego sets and other merchandise from Target stores during an organized retail theft spree. Authorities believe it was part of a larger theft operation. 2. In California, authorities recover about $1 million worth of stolen Lego products from stolen freight trailers and arrested 3 suspects connected to a cargo theft scheme. And then another suspect allegedly bought Lego sets, removed valuable pieces and minifigures, replaced them with dried pasta, and then returned the box for refunds, causing roughly $34,000 in losses. Apparently, someone looked at organized crime and thought, needs more spaghetti. That's funny.
Yeah, my Lego For the record, all my Lego sets fell off the back of a truck. I did not steal them. I found them in the road.
Oh my gosh.
This is late stage capitalism for sure. Like,
On the road, you just randomly find Lego sets. Like, where are you finding? Like outside of a Toys R Us.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Well, they were backing up to a Toys R Us, so you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
No, but it's crazy
Reckless
because
Ben.
these things
Hold
they
on,
are
hold on.
collectibles. Go ahead.
Hold on, Leah. Did you see Reckless
Yes.
Ben's? Did you watch Reckless Ben's stream on this?
Yes, yeah, that's where I was just about to get to. Is like after he goes in and he's like, "Hey, I know I was like long story short, and then I prattled for like freaking 20 minutes, but very long story, even shorter." He goes in, he's like, "Give me my stuff," and this Matt fella is like, "I don't know what you're talking about," even though, and they released a statement saying that, even though you very clearly hear her telling him that the night of the hostile takeover, right? And so it's a whole thing, and he felt very backed into a corner, I guess you could say, and didn't have any recourse because he tried to call the cops. The cops wouldn't do anything, which is wild, right? And Mo Rebuttal, that's who it was, AVG. Mo Rebuttal.
He was on that stream when you guys were talking about.
Yes, he's the one that came in. It's like, give me a source, give me a source, give me a source. I'm like,
I must have
bro,
not been watching
calm
when he came
down.
on.
Yeah. It was kind of wild. I mean, he wasn't wrong, but he just came like very debate bro-ish. Like, I'm like, Lord have mercy.
I do it. I fucking
done
do it. I do it. My rule.
I'm-
I have a rule. If we're talking about something and you say empirical data, insert whatever empirical data, I'm going to be like, where's your empirical source? Where's the source for your empirical data? If you don't want to argue empiricism, do not bring it up. Like I'll do it. I will
no,
admit
nobody was. That's a wild thing. Literally, Tater had asked for our opinion, and I had literally prefaced my entire spiel. I haven't seen everything, but from what I have heard,
how you developed your opinion.
you know,
Yes,
and
I
he came up like he was speaking on chat.
I probably do that too. So
Yeah, it was wild.
Yeah.
My name's
But anyway,
BBG,
so yeah.
and it's been
After
4
he talked
days
to-
since my
what-
last debate bitch.
Was that
She needs her fix.
My name's
Did it now.
Hold on.
ABG, and it's been 4 days since my last debate bitch.
Hi, AVG.
Hi.
So, question: did that like little hostile happen after he streamed with Marte?
No, this was
After who?
this was before.
Oh no,
this
yeah,
would've been
yeah.
on Thursday,
Oh, this
right?
is way before.
A
Oh, this
day
stream.
before.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to like. Okay,
Put it in
so
your mind.
It wasn't a stream last night. It was a stream a few days ago.
Yeah. Most generally pretty cool. In fact, I think he was pretty cool during his combo with Marte. I just think he's trying to be a friend.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but I had some questions. I'm gonna make a whole video. So like, whatever. Like, I'll make a whole video on it. But I did have some questions for AVG about it. I wanted her expert opinion on just a couple of small things, right? Like, for example, because we were discussing before, like, if you would have known blank, you could say maybe blank. Well, come to find out, the during this like hostile takeover, when they put out all the paperwork and stuff, that this contract, this consignment contract, I have it, but I can't get to it right now because I'm on StreamYard. But I can like send it to you. It's short but pretty airtight. Like, it mentions everything, how they're supposed to sell them, the percentage of commission that she's supposed to insure it. It's very, very in depth. And there's a section, one of the last sections, that basically says, like, if any of this contract is deemed null and void through any reason, which I would think would even be hostile takeover, right? Doesn't mean the other parts are not still valid. And if the property of her franchise were to transfer ownership, it specifically mentions that in another part. So should this contract, right? So they're claiming like they never bought the contract, basically. But it has been proven through video evidence at this point that at least some of those Lego were inside of that store when the hostile takeover happened. So
I got the it says Bricks and Minifigs franchisor filed a lawsuit against YouTuber Benjamin Reckless, Ben Schneider, Brian Mansell, and others. The lawsuit appears to be in Utah's 4th Judicial District Court, case number 260.
Oh yes.
400-253.
And my whole take on that was originally like he shouldn't have fucked around and found out, basically. You know what I mean? Like, why is he committing crimes? But then I'm watching these videos and y'all, there is so much corruption in this police force. Like, they are committing all the constitutional violations. They don't give a damn about no probable cause or arrest warrants. It's some of the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Just before we move on to another point, though, I just wanted to say something about that. And disclaimer, none of this is legal advice, and nobody here or in the chat has a retainer agreement with me. This is just strictly my unbiased, or rather quite biased opinion based on my training and experience. So absolutely, that would be something that would be required to be disclosed when the company purchase happened. But if for some reason, who's shuffling the papers? Like, it's going on.
Leah. Go ahead.
If for some reason it wasn't disclosed, right? Because they didn't want to, or like just plain bad bookkeeping, as it kind of sounds like happened frequently there, it doesn't really matter.
It says it wasn't that her purchase of that consignment agreement was unauthorized, is what the Bricks and Minifigs company.
Yes, that's what they claim.
Right, but to that I say, who the fuck cares? Because it's required to be disclosed. So if for some reason she didn't, and that exposes the, I don't know, there's music. For some reason, if that exposes Bricks and Minifigs to liability, then what would happen is this. The lawsuit gets issued against Bricks and Minifigs. Bricks and Minifigs countersues against the old owner for failure to disclose critical terms and contracts and existing liabilities in the course of a company purchase.
Yeah, that's big.
It's not Ben's or Brian's problem, you know?
But wouldn't that be, like, wouldn't her bringing it up to the guy who performed the hostile takeover and discussing it with him for like 20 minutes not be considered disclosure? Like, I know it didn't happen before.
Did that happen pre-takeover?
It happened the night, like when he came to get the keys. She was printing out tickets and she's like, I've got to pay this guy. And so technically it happened during, like, same time.
Oh. That's kind of like most of the time when they're handing over the keys, all of the contracts and agreements have already been finalized.
Yeah.
So at that point, I would say that it would have been on Bricks and Minifigs to say the deal's fallen through, right? You failed to disclose critical terms. They ought not have proceeded with it at that point. If they do it, then as far as I'm concerned, there's liability on both parts.
Yeah, see, I was like, this is really tricky, like reading through it.
Should have got that. Was there a consignment agreement in writing?
That's what Leah
Oh,
said.
absolutely. Yeah, I have the whole contract, and she signed it. And like I said, it's airtight. It's a good contract, in my opinion. And he signed it, and his dad signed it. So all three of them signed it because he was selling them like on his dad's behalf, basically. So all of them had signed it. Yeah.
Okay, and so that is what the Bricks and Minifigs Corporation is saying was unauthorized. They're saying that they did not give her permission to move forward with that consignment agreement, but aren't the franchisees allowed to
operate independently? Right,
yeah.
right.
They have like a set. They have a specific set of like a specific policy
Guidelines. Yep.
Right, in which they have to operate under, but they have the liberty to choose how to do so. The corporation is not telling them exactly how they have to run their store, as long as they remain within those that policy. So
it's what we
Absolutely.
call an acceptable degree of autonomy in the legal field.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
I had a few questions because to me, like, I'd like to think I know a little bit about a little bit. I'm no lawyer or anything like that, but I know a little bit about a little bit, and I know a lot of case law, like what has historically happened. So I could probably take an educated guess if this is like cut and dry, what they would likely be ruled, or what would likely be ruled in court. But this is like super messy. I've never really seen something with so many moving parts, at least not in a while. So I don't know. It's weird.
Because I do a lot of civil litigation, product liability, corporate dispute matters. So, I mean, I've seen countless purchase agreements, releases, promissory notes, corporate documents, amalgamation documents. This is like my bread and butter. So.
And that's why I wanted your opinion. I said, I've got to talk to ABJ.
I would have come up on Thursday, but like I was about to nap because I had a stream later that night.
Well, I also didn't know what I know now back then because, like I said, I'd only seen like limited things, and then Mo Rebuttal, made me feel a certain type of way for speaking on something I didn't know about because I don't actually tend to do that. Usually, if I don't know what I'm talking about, I'll just STFU, quite honestly. But I was giving an uninformed opinion. Right, which I mean, I did do. I did preface, but at the end of the day, I mean, I could easily be seen as spreading disinformation because I was not informed enough and, giving an opinion now that I do know, a little bit more has completely changed. And if anything, it's really wild how much framing really changes this entire case situation.
Yeah, let me pull up the case, Dark Side. I've done my second interval. I'll go back to my Mac.
Yeah. I figured I didn't need to repeat myself. I could just put that shit right in the chat.
Yeah. I can read it. So, I'm not blind, so.
So Bricks and Minifigs has claimed that no court has found them in violation of blah, 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 but that's because it's still in the litigation phase. There has been, according to...
And they're avoiding being served. No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So it's not made it to the court yet. So, of course, the court hasn't found any wrongdoing on their behalf. That's an absolute ridiculous statement to make, obviously. We know that. It does say that also that part of the filings, there's the restraining order, and what's his name? Reckless Ben says that the court has ordered him, the court does. There is a court order restricting what he can publicly disclose about the case, and that releasing his planned third video that he had could expose him to sanctions. So he's obviously not going to, I shouldn't say obviously, so he's not going to release it.
Yeah, there's an RO. Super unconstitutional, by the way.
Well, not if it's in the, well, okay. AVG, if this is something that's still in the litigation phase, can the court order Reckless Ben to not speak about it on social media?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, that's what I thought.
But typically the other party would have to make them, like, because it's relevant to the defamation component of the case and also the confidentiality components. I don't know what Utah has in terms of confidentiality laws in respect to ongoing court cases, but certainly if it's relevant due to the defamation claims that have been levied by Bricks and Minifigs, then they could absolutely bring a motion before the court to get it's like a cease and desist. I mean, they could do that without a court case anyway. Called a cease and desist.
Right. That's what I thought. I mean, it's weird. I'm gonna have to say, like, I as a company, I think that they made an extremely bad ethical move. And as far as like an ethical dilemma on whether or not just to pay this guy out or to fight him, or to return his either to return the Legos or pay him out. I think that they made a really bad ethical decision to refuse both and deny that. Yeah,
the optics are horrendous.
It's one of the questions that you ask yourself in an ethical dilemma is, if this is splattered all over tomorrow's news, will I still stand 10 toes down and be okay with what I did? I don't know if these people are okay with what they did. I'm not in their minds. I personally, if I owned a company and allowed other individuals to participate in a franchise of my company, and I reclaimed the assets of that and bought the franchisee's assets back, and what happens is it becomes a corporate store, right? I think that's how it happens. And for the corporation to then say, we're just not going to pay you, and we don't have any, it just seems like.
Yeah, I posted the court order dated May 20th, 2026 in the back chat. It's the temporary restraining order and notice of preliminary injunction hearing.
Mm-hmm. I got it. Hold on.
If you want to pull it up on the screen,
Woo!
watch
It's just bright as fuck.
Huh?
It's bright. It's so bright.
Oh yeah, I have dark mode on everything too.
It's the light reflecting off of you, reflecting back off the monitor, back into your face. It's the pill face dilemma.
The light.
Right.
If you debate the blind pill, a woman wins the fight.
She's at it again, ladies and gentlemen. She's at it again.
Mic drop.
All right.
Small variation on my last course.
All right, so let me share screen.
I had a question about this as well, HD. Because I had said, like, it's unconstitutional in my opinion, is what I should say. Pardon me there. But why is because I had watched a few of the videos breaking it down. I also have the actual document, which is probably what she's pulling up, downloaded, that I also looked at. But from my understanding, like when speaking about precedent, right, like case history, if you will, it's too much prior restraint with no evidence of any, not yet any evidence of the actual harm that has been done. And it's like overbroad, and it's also like, if you read it, there's so many adjectives, it's not narrowly tailored enough. It's basically depending on how people determine something to look. Does that make sense?
So why do you think it's unconstitutional?
Because in order for them to gag him, basically, like the restraining order saying you can't publish any of this news content, and actually the order is also supposedly a part of it is saying that I think it's saying they're going to ask for him to take down his past videos. I don't think they have asked for that yet, but don't quote me. Either this order says, or they will be seeking to have him take down all the videos he's made so far. And I could get ahead, maybe they've been granted some type of defamation, or possibly that, even though at this point it's already out there, right?
but I could maybe understand that. But in order to constrain someone's free speech, especially when we're free speech is something that's been litigated a million times, right? My understanding of it is that it has got to be narrowly tailored and targeted. And they're right now, like, if in the language of it, I'm sure we're about to take a look. It's like, if this could be considered harmful, let's just read it. I'll point you to where, because I can't remember the exact wording right now. I'll point you to what I'm talking about.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn
for
it.
sure.
That's not what I want to do. Go away. Okay, so let's full screen this shit. Let me try to get rid of this. I don't know that it's going to let me get rid of that. So if I click on it, will it go away? Yes. Okay. You guys got it big now. All right, I'll go back up. Kind of some blank pages or whatever. Okay, so all right, the 4th Judicial District Court in and for Utah County, State of Utah. Case number, all parties. All right, so this matter came for hearing before the Court of Plaintiffs' ex parte motion for temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction, a motion having considered all evidence together with the verified pleadings and the requests set forth in motion and finding good cause, the court hereby grants the motion and enters this temporary restraining order and makes the following findings. Plaintiffs are suffering and will continue to suffer immediate and irreparable injury before this action can fully be heard, as set forth in the verified complaint and motion, including inter alia loss of business, loss of goodwill, loss of existing and future relationships with customers and franchisees, and injury to plaintiffs and persons involved unless this temporary restraining order is issued, which injuries cannot be adequately compensated with money. Beginning in early 2025 and continuing to date, and the date was May 28th, 2026. I think that's what it was. Co-defendants engaged in a campaign of extortion, harassment, defamation, nuisance, interference, trespassing, stalking, and intimidation, targeting plaintiffs and their businesses and affiliates. Co-defendants organized and created an enterprise for the common purpose of conducting a pattern of unlawful activity, including the publication of false, defamatory, and disparaging images, content, and statements, including the publication such as term is defined in plaintiff's verified complaint, and other misconduct as alleged in the verified complaint. Plaintiffs threatened injury and damages outweigh any injury or damage to co-defendants. The granting of the motion is not contrary to the public interest between private parties, and the public interest is served when extortion, harassment, defamation, nuisance, interference, trespassing, stalking, intimidation, and other unlawful conduct set forth in the verified complaint is prevented. 4. Plaintiffs are substantially likely to prevail on the merits of their claims against co-defendants, including claims for Utah RICO violations, defamation per se, civil stalking, trespass, civil conspiracy, tortious interference with economic relations, intentional infliction of emotional distress, injuries, falsehood, trade, disparagement, false light, and nuisance. This case also presents serious issues of law and facts supporting the entry of this temporary restraining order. Plaintiffs are entitled to entry of this temporary restraining order, and co-defendants, their affiliates, co-conspirators, employees, contractors, agents, and representatives, and anyone acting in concert with them directly or indirectly, in person, remotely, or online, are immediately restrained from making, transmitting, soliciting, encouraging, or facilitating death, bomb, or other threats of physical harm, property destruction, or otherwise against plaintiffs, their franchisees, employees, officers, owners, customers, vendors, or family members. Publishing or encouraging others to publish home addresses, personal phone numbers, personal email addresses, family information, or other doxing information of any kind regarding plaintiffs' personnel, franchisees, owners, or employees. Entering, remaining at, filming, blocking access to, or approaching within a defined distance not less than 1,000 yards, plaintiff's stores, offices, warehouses, franchise locations, parking areas, employee homes, or franchisee homes after notice, except through counsel, lawful service of process, or court-approved activity. impersonating plaintiffs, any franchisee, law enforcement or court officer, a delivery of service, a customer, a government entity, or any other third party to obtain signature access statements, employee information, customer information, or business disruption. Touching, altering, covering, defacing, or placing signage on or any other form of communication like electronic, social media, etc., affecting plaintiff's property, including signs falsely stating or implying that plaintiff stole from elderly persons, stole life savings, lost in court, or closed to avoid judgment. Okay.
Okay.
A lot.
Okay, so the reason there's a couple reasons why. Technically, what you're raising an issue with, and what Leah's raising an issue with, is what we call a
I'm
gag order.
not.
No, I don't mean like you have a beef with it. I'm just saying like you think you're wondering why this is okay when the First Amendment
I'm not.
exists.
I'm not. I understand. I understand
Okay.
why. I didn't want to state it as though I
Yes,
did,
Phil.
which is why I asked you. Am I correct? And like it's under a litigation, therefore, I mean,
You're talking about litigation privilege. That's an entirely different thing. So what this is effectively called a gag order. There's different kinds of gag orders. I did a quick and dirty research on this because you guys have different laws than ours, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to talk out of my ass. Since 1976, the Supreme Court in the United States has effectively held up gag orders. Now, they have to be limited. They have to be at least intrusive as possible. So the most commonly, if you notice, it doesn't say he can't talk at all. It just says he can't do this because, he's harassing employees or, trying to create a malicious narrative with his raffles and all this stuff like that, right? Do you guys remember the 2023 Donald Trump classified documents case?
Yeah.
Sure.
And Donald Trump had a gag order issued on that case, correct?
Yeah.
And he appealed that. He said it violated his First Amendment rights.
Correct.
Do you know what the result of that was?
They didn't approve the appeal.
Yeah. You know why?
Because it doesn't affect your First Amendment rights.
Exactly. It does.
Because your first,
it does, but it's an acceptable infringement.
Right. Okay. So right, but so our freedom of speech, is limited. So some could say that there is no
it's not
freedom.
infinite. It's finite.
Right. So,
we also have to remember that what he's doing it would fall under journalism, so it's a little bit different than just like you or me saying anything.
Well, isn't that what the court said that he? Did it say that? Hold on, let me go back up because I have it right in front of me. Hold on.
It's on the order. Yeah.
Hold on, because it said that he created that specific. He created the. Hold on.
No, this is just the description. Go back down. Oh, you want to see why the order is being sought? Okay, yeah, that's fine. We're in the right place for that.
So it says the co-defendants organized and created an enterprise for the common purpose of conducting a pattern of unlawful activity, including the publication of false, defamatory, or disparaging images, content, and statements, including the publications and other misconduct as alleged in the verified complaint. So he's talking about the videos and whatnot. Am I understanding this correctly in that, hold on, let me go all the way back up to the parties. Are they saying that this LLC was created specifically for this purpose?
No, of course not.
Okay.
All YouTubers, like Crucible has an LLC.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah. I understand that. That's what I'm trying to understand, the language that. Okay, so
I'm trying to avoid
see group of friends under enterprise. See group of friends or group of behaviors that he committed. They created an enterprise and he got it.
Okay, so not like as in like the legal sense. I guess that's why they have it in like quotations, because they're not saying it in a okay, I understand now. Okay. Just like,
yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute, what?
That's what a lot of the language in this thing is to me, is very questionable. Now, like, I'm not a lawyer, multiple disclaimers, but I'm just sitting here looking at, and I have read a lot of cases, right? And I'm like,
okay, was anybody else
seems...
thrown off by was anybody, okay, maybe I haven't read a whole lot of legal documents in the last like 20 years. I'm just going to be honest. But is the word doxing, regularly used in legal documents? Because that threw me off a little bit.
It.
Yeah, it's against the law. Yeah, it can.
Well,
be
no. Okay, AVG. Is the word doxing rather than the specific qualifiers for which we would call doxing? Is the word doxing regularly used versus explicitly stating that you cannot give out anyone's personal information, such as address, phone number, workplace phone number, email address? That's doxing.
No, that's stalking and intimidation and cyber harassment.
So
that's not doxing.
Okay, so
yeah,
let me go to where it uses the term doxing.
Probably because the parties used it in the course of the proceedings.
Okay. Okay. So it's not like a term that's regularly used in a legal document. It threw me off to see the word doxing in a legal document. I just, honestly, I understand what doxing is, but I also understand that legal documents usually go into specifics when they're talking about a term, because what's doxing?
Doxing is a layman's shorthand for
So
basically what's being outlined in what you highlighted above.
Hey, I bet I could search this damn thing for the word doxing. I'm an idiot right now. I am an idiot.
I think it's one of those things.
There it is.
There it is. It's one of those things where it might change with the times, but in this case, like, I think it was primarily because the parties brought it up. I've never seen it in a legal document before. It's not a legal term. It falls under stalking and intimidation laws. So, there's no separate doxing legislation, or like, there's no tort of doxing or crime of doxing.
Got it. Yeah. So that was just weird that it showed up.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but because Gentle Ben, Ravenous Ben,
Reckless
Ben, Gentle Ben.
Okay, because Reckless Ben covered this. And there was stuff that was not purely journalistic, because there's a double standard for independent journalism and like CNNs of the so. But because there was a response, let's say, from other parties because of his air quotes coverage of this, they wanted to issue the gag order so that they could get on with the show and not have this potential or otherwise damage to their brand, because they're also going through a sale. So I think that's the biggest contention of why this was created.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. We got to hold on. I know I'm jumping around. I'm sorry, you guys. Hold on.
Remind me about that.
Maintaining the current publications. We were talking about the ones that are up, right? The ones that he posted already, right? Now? So it says, because this is like all the way down here at K. Maintaining the current publications as such term is defined in the verified complaint, or any other video, audio, or other form of publication posted on any online streaming platform by co-defendants directly or indirectly, and requiring that the publications and any such other communications published by co-defendants be immediately removed and or taken down from any online streaming platform, or otherwise published that in any way relate to the private legal dispute underlying this matter between Brian and Crystal, and the assertions of wrongdoing as described in this verified complaint. So the streams that the videos that they initially released, yes, they have been ordered to take them down.
Right.
To me, that's maybe I'm crazy, but that's way overbroad. And what Doc brought up is true, because that's what they're alleging. They're alleging they've gotten like DEATH threats and BOMB threats and all this crazy. Sorry.
Yeah, it says it at the beginning, Leia. It does say if, like, it does not in that. If true.
Right. But they're not saying that like Reckless Ben did that. They're saying that he precipitated it, which is also to me wild. Like, has historically any person been held responsible for their entire audience's behavior?
No. In fact, the opposite.
Yeah, but okay. Let me ask you this, Leia. Is it possible that if these streams and publications go forward into the public eye, that it could even be seen by the trier of fact? Like, I'm talking about outside the trial, and other people in the
like
public,
a possible jury?
Yeah,
Okay.
if it goes to a jury, right, and it could actually affect the fairness of the trial. Is that a possible outcome?
Yeah, sure.
Because well, then that's grounds for a gag order. Like the
But
OJ
I don't
Simpson
know.
case.
Like millions of people have already seen it. I would argue if I were his lawyer, like, wouldn't that damage
Yeah,
have
and
already
they don't
been
want
done?
any. Yeah, they don't want any more. No, they don't want any more damage to be done because you're right. Some damage has been done.
There's a thing called mitigation, right? Like, yeah, I mean, the cat's out of the bag, you might argue, but there is such a thing called mitigation where we try and prevent further damages.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and given the fact that this is now a case of takeover, what's it called? There's a specific word for acquisition of the company by another party. The value of the brand is very paramount in that case, right? In that not case, situation, whatever. So I understand that they're trying to mitigate any sort of future losses, and if these things had happened, is that just the echo, or is
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get better lighting.
I don't know. That's not an echo. That sounds like somebody wading through a deep lake.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, like, I'm far from a legal expert, but this does seem, I've had my share of legal contentions, but this seems like pretty straightforward stuff. Like, hey, Ben, stop covering this because people who view your channel might cause damages, so we need to put a temporary restraining order to prevent any further harm while this is being litigated in the system.
Exactly.
Okay. So I'm not a retard.
I'm not saying it's like quote unquote wrong.
I said I was a retard.
No, I'm just like I'm not completely like from my original stance. I'm not completely disagreeing with that even, and I can understand legalistically like why you would want to do that, right? I'm just saying because now I also understand because there's also been 2 other high-profile cases that have happened in this same town, American Fork in Utah. Their police department, their complete police department is just shit. I don't know any other 2 ways about it. Like entire corruption. Yeah, they're terrible. And so it wouldn't surprise me if that went beyond the actual police into the courts. And so my question would be, is this a case that perhaps is also like, would this order have been granted had it been tried anywhere else in the U.S.? You know what I mean? Like, that's my question.
Well, yeah, I would assume so because like I said, the jurisprudence on this is pretty consistent. I mean, you have the Donald Trump, case. You have all the way back to like, the OJ stuff, right? There was gag orders there. I'm trying to think where else. I think Casey Anthony trial had a gag order.
I know there was one
but these are all examples of like individuals as well, because the few things I looked up that gave precedent for it to be denied were independent journalist examples, like things like this, right? And in those cases, gag orders were denied. And I'll send them to you when I'm like stopped after I feed the kiddos. But like I saw a few cases where it's like, no, like this is exactly what free press is supposed to do, is educate the people. Like if it hurts your business, then change your business practices, like too bad. And I kind of tend to agree with that. Like this is now that I've actually educated myself on the entire situation. They should have honored the agreement. They didn't do what was right. They didn't do the right thing. So if they're getting bad press, it's on them.
We'll agree that maybe the ethical things, we probably agree on that ethical decision probably wasn't the best for the company. However,
Mike,
where does Reckless Ben on any of this content that he released, does he produce anything that proves that the corporate person wasn't aware, or like those all like.
Your mic DSD is like.
Yeah, where is it?
Oh, it was up there. It was up here.
Yeah. You sounded like you were in a fish. That's why. I
Oh,
said, "Where's your mic?"
sorry. Okay. Anyways, so, is there like any proof?
Proof is not required.
Okay, proof. Okay, so proof. But okay, so there's a shit.
No, there's actually a lot of proof that helps him and hurts the company. Like, he's the one that released the proof that she had mentioned the consignment sale the night of the hostile takeover. He's produced proof that the Matt guy, literally avoided service, and a cop offered to hand him the paperwork, and he allowed him. Get this, AVG. The cop asked him if he wanted to be served. He refused. He said, "Can I just take a peek at it?" The cop's like, "No, that's going to put me in a sticky situation," and took the paper back to Ben. He refused legal service, and the cop allowed it. It's crazy. It's so crazy.
Yeah, and like, luckily, I like let's just say for a second, I accept what you're saying, that this is in its specific capacity as an independent journalism gag order case. It's the first of its kind, right? And that this hasn't been decided in this way before across the nation or even in the Utah courts. If that's true, then it really doesn't matter right now. The case can proceed, and if Reckless Ben feels like his constitutional First Amendment right has been trampled on, he's welcome to appeal it. In fact, he can probably appeal it right now, considering that Donald Trump did that throughout the course of his
He's
classified
definitely,
documents.
yeah,
and Charles,
I agree.
was
He's
just saying
definitely going to have a case.
Proof was not required for the gag order.
No, I was like,
that was my comment. I wasn't saying
okay.
on the.
Well, yeah, I was. That's what I was asking. Like, because if you are spreading misinformation,
it would just be a
which isn't in and of itself illegal, by the way.
It would just be
when
a
there's
potentiality for further damage.
Hold on,
You have to prove damages, correct?
Yeah, let me finish. So there's currently a dispute between a customer and a company.
Right.
And okay, so let me ask this question, because the document that we're looking at is this is just part of the litigation, part of the court orders inside of the litigation, right? Is that
which part? The gag order?
Yeah. So
yeah, that's just part. That's the most recent
part of
court
it.
order. I
Part of
can't
it.
find.
It's okay. So hold on.
Yeah, I can't find the full
Hold on.
case. Yeah.
So the claim is that I'm just trying to make sure I understand this shit correctly. So Reckless Ben is making claims that could ultimately harm the company, right? While there is a legal case in the making, or maybe not, something like that. And because doing so could cause the company more damage, he's being asked to be quiet while this case is in motion. And I understand, like, I get it. I think the dude moved in an ethically in a wrong direction. However, no, maybe I missed it, but I'm not hearing any proof of the claims to support the claims that Reckless Ben is making. And I think that's where I'm like, yeah, the guy is.
I'm sorry, which claims? Just to be clear.
And okay, so as I understand it, this man and his, or the guy that owned the collection of Legos got cancer, and him and his son signed an agreement with the owner of the franchise.
To sell Lego.
Right?
Consignment, yes. So they take possession of the good to sell it. Yes.
Right.
They take a cut.
Right. And the owners
guys.
of the owners of the Lego sets, the two guys, handed over the product, handed over the Legos, right? And didn't get money right away.
Right. Right. They were going to be paid on a contingent basis. It's like the 15th of every month. Yeah.
Yeah, as the product sold from the store, like that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
And they didn't receive any of that money.
Oh, no. Yeah, they did. They were paid. I can't remember if it was 5,000 or 10,000, maybe a little bit more, but they were paid several $1,000s. He collected payments for a few months, so he was paid some of the money.
Some of it, but comparatively to what supposedly was sold,
value,
was a small percentage. And Bricks and
that's where the
Figs
theft.
only supposed to take like 10-15% or something like that, and it was kind of the opposite.
Well,
to their claims. To their claims that Bricks and Minifigs sold like X amount and they only got like 10-15% of what they sold.
Ready? Yeah, ready.
Yeah, it was 10 to 15%, unless it was 30 to 40% in another case. I can't recall, but I'll pull that up momentarily. But yes, they that's where the theft accusation against Crystal comes from, is that they're saying basically that she pocketed a whole lot of the money, and she's claiming it's largely to do with layaway payments. And in the contract, it does address layaway, and it says anything made specifically off the layaway contract surpassing the original price they keep. So she claimed if she kept anything, it was from that.
Just leave.
But then they're also the company is also not returning what is left over to the family, correct?
Correct. They're claiming that originally they had found, and I don't know how they're getting away with not returning the couple they did find, because they admitted to and found a few sets, and they've never even given those back. But they claim to not have the rest of it. Like, it's just missing, and everybody's pointing fingers at who took it.
And there was also a claim that the new owners were also saying, well, we don't need to honor the contract with the previous owner. That was shut down very early.
Right, I thought it was a corporate takeover. It was just that the corporation, the Bricks and Minifigs, claimed ownership. They probably gave her a cut, and because she was taking her hands off of it, right?
Well, they actually still owe her that, which is another lawsuit coming down the pipeline, because they haven't paid her anything yet.
Okay, all right, okay. So now now I'm starting to understand, right? So
I know, right? It's crazy. There's so many moving parts, and they're corrupt.
Yeah, so you've got this corporation, Bricks and Minifigs, that allows franchises, right? And so for whatever reason, maybe she either wanted to sell out, or maybe whatever reason, she made an agreement with them to hand over her assets as it is related to the store. She should have been paid out, right? Like I can see now how this is like super fuzzy. Like, this is not
yes.
You know what? To me it's walking an ethical, legal, because not everything that's legal is ethical, right? Mm-hmm. Did I say that right, or say it backwards? Not everything is whatever. Yeah, so it doesn't.
I think that's part of the big contention with why Ben was covering it, is because they do have to let this play out in the system to sort of get the answer of, is this legal? Is this legal? Like, there are several factors going on right now.
Yeah, he's questioning the legality of things.
Meanwhile,
but Ben or any other media outlet covering this could influence results, and they don't want that. Again, to ABG's point, this happens all the time. Whoever the bad guy in the case is.
Compliment says, whoever the bad guy is in this case, he's on their side.
And then, yeah, Leah, because if you look at all these cases, you're kind of like, oh, I don't know how to feel about a lot of things. Like the gag order, immediately, the freedom eagle within me is like, whoa, you're treading very close to First Amendment rights here. Sure, but also there's the part of me that believes in jurisprudence and the legal system, and there has to be certain concessions to allow the legal system to adapt and evolve. So, you know, whether it's a criminal case of violence, like when you had with OJ or Karla Homolka, you have to let the system play out as nothing is going to be fully unbiased, but you have to let it be facilitate a system, an environment where it is as unbiased as possible. And I think that that's their claim. Again, this gag order is a claim. It's not proof is not required for the claim, but it's a reasonable enough claim that the judge goes, yeah, I can see how that might interfere with the brand, the business, the acquisition, the sale, all this other stuff. And if they do show evidence that people are sending death threats who aren't related to this at all, or defacing stores, their franchises, that's not only going to affect the corporate, but that's going to affect the mom and pop who bought that franchise and who operate that franchise. And so again, it's all about mitigating that damage. And
yeah, but I don't. That's what I'm saying. From what I understand, it wasn't another individual that bought the franchise. It was a corporate takeover. So the store goes from being a franchise to being a corporate store.
Owned, yes.
Yeah.
And then
so
you ladle on top of that all the police stuff. It's crazy.
I'm really curious now of what was in those videos, what that content was, because if the content that he was making, I'm yelling again. If the content, if the content he was making was simply about questioning the legality of the situation, I would think that wouldn't be something that would be gaggable. I don't know. I'm not an attorney. I stopped learning specifically about legal things 20 years ago. So I just don't think that questioning the legality of a situation would be gaggable. But again, not an attorney.
So to that, I would say, why can't he do that in the case? Why does he need to do that in the public stage?
Why doesn't he what?
Why can't he do that during the case? Why does he need to basically get sympathy votes or garner the kind of like public, rioters to get him to make that point for him? Does he not already have an avenue to do that legally?
Are you talking about?
My answer would be to warn the public.
I know, but is that not influencing the case result?
Well, hold on. Okay. Once the case, hold on. Okay, let me. So, you're asking, should he be allowed to question the legality of a case while the case is ongoing, and could it influence? Absolutely. And so I understand, that's where I understand the gag order. But how many ongoing cases do we see streamers questioning the legality of? Like that, I am thinking about that too.
Yeah, to their detriment. Like, can you imagine if Andrew tomorrow, or even let's leave Sarah as an example, she's probably more likely to do this. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. I mean, if Sarah were to do that.
I mean, have we not questioned the legality of that as well?
Yeah, but I mean, if Sarah tomorrow were to be like, oh, the Wilsons are deliberately affecting the process by doing X, and X, right? She did that on a stream, right? They could sue. They could get a gag order, and they could ask for increased damages.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
So there's currently a civil lawsuit going on between Sarah and the Wilsons. Everybody knows that, right?
Right.
Right. And she's been pretty quiet on it, but can you imagine if tomorrow she came out and said, because there's been issues with surveying the, I guess, some papers, if she said, "Oh, like they're deliberately doing X and X shady shit to avoid the process." And
levels of dimension.
Well, he didn't just say that. He showed it on camera and released the footage of the body cam. It's not like he's just like, well, they're blah, 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 talking. He showed it. You know what I mean? I feel like it's a little bit different when you're proving it. Now, still, while it's going on, yeah, questionable. You know what I mean?
Why is he doing that in the public eye? And why can't he do that before a judge and say, hey,
well, because I think he doesn't trust them, which I'm not saying is completely warranted, but so far he has absolutely had his rights violated by the police. There's no question he has constitutional lawsuit grounds with them 1,000%, probably on both of his encounters, both being pulled over and being arrested. But I mean, I imagine he probably, you know, if he's already dealt with all this with the police, he probably doesn't trust their court system, to be completely honest. And I don't know that I can blame him after what I've seen.
Welcome in, Bird. Do that.
I do feel it might be a little bit of a stretch because, I mean, there has been some weird and shady shit reported, but I think we can go Hanlon here and just looking at Ben's social blade since this happened, he's exploded. His channel, his metrics, he's making a lot of money on this. Or had been.
Oh, sure. He's definitely monopolizing on it. I'm not denying that. I've always said that.
I'm not saying it's related,
but that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Just before we keep going, I just want to clarify to those watching, because like that, I shouldn't have said
do
that.
it again.
I was absolutely not inferring that Sarah is actually more likely to do something, has done something, or like the Wilsons would do something, or have done something that is malicious or improper in the context of the proceedings. It's entirely a hypothetical. It's relevant. That's why I discussed it. I know nothing about what's going on behind the scenes, and I'm not making any statements about anybody involved. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Hypothetical parallel to what we're trying to talk about right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thanks.
And so if he waited, he wouldn't have this metric data. I think in the last 14 days, he's gained like 1 million subs. That's huge. His view metrics, he's making 50,000 a week from video metrics and ad revenue and all this shit. It's profitable to have him do this. I'm not saying Leia. I'm not saying
he's also raised $500,000.
Oh, you mean like intent, Dr. Functional?
Oh, there's a GoFundMe. Yeah, there's crowdfunding. Like,
well, that too. No, sorry. What AVG?
I said, are you talking about intent? Like intent comes into question when we're talking about why the conduct is necessary or ought to be justified?
Well, the conduct of whom? The police?
Reckless Ben.
Oh, of reckless Ben. Yeah, his conduct. Yes, that's what I would say. He has a financial motive backing him to get this sort of like exclusivity. He's causing a big stir. I'm not making any assertions. I'm just looking and extrapolating what could be. And because there was a question of, well, why doesn't he wait until the court proceedings are done to then report on it? Because then he doesn't have the exclusivity that he has right now, in which if there was post case, everybody could cover it. Right. Sure, some people might be able to talk to certain individuals involved in the case, be it not Ben, Bricks and Figs, or the survivors, Brian. The inheritors of the Lego or whatever. But because he's doing it now, he's making, and I think that's why on his end, and I don't mean specifically him, but people around him who are like in his camp supporting him or whatever on what's been going on, that's again relating to the gag order of, hey, just let's keep this on the DL. We'll let the process play out. Trust the process, and then afterwards, if there is malfeasance within the process, that's when you have to reappeal these things or file a new case against the police or whatever else is going on. I'm not. For of anyone, I'm not a legal expert or even knowledgeable, but I have a base understanding of certain things.
And you definitely have a point. One thing I definitely am still, I will still stand 10 toes down on that I said on Thursday was that even Ben did not handle this 100% correctly. I do believe he went a little overboard. I think he definitely did a lot for the sake of the views and the clicks. I still stand by that statement. He got really wild. I don't believe, however, necessarily that warrants him to be treated in quite the manner he has been, whether it's legally in these lawsuits or whether it's from the police, because that was truly wild. I understand people's annoyance with it. Like, here comes this YouTuber, you know.
What else? So that I think that they addressed that specifically in the court document, that they stated that the only way that they came to conclude would stop that reckless behavior regarding this case was the gag order. It was stated in
I'm sorry, you said they addressed that and they said what?
They addressed it in the document. I think it was pretty early on that this is, that they believed that a legal order was the only effective way to get him to stop being reckless. Like you said, he didn't handle it very well.
Mm-hmm.
And where did they say? Where the hell did it say that?
Well, while you're finding that, World Radio, I would say that then it is upon the individuals who are, I believe they're the plaintiffs in the original case, the kids who inherited the Lego. They're the ones who could take it to media and be like, hey, this is our case. But then I would predict that the judge would order the same type of gag order to be like, shut your mouth.
Yeah, I mean, it's said right here. Sorry. I mean, it's literally stated right here that they don't believe that he would have stopped unless this temporary restraining order was issued.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean,
which if he wrecks their brand with a false statement, let's just first assume it's a false statement. They're right. No, there cannot be adequate compensation for that because you can't measure in that sense what are the losses, the potential losses of the next 10, 20 years because he said something that wasn't true, but now it made it out into, the Streisand effect.
So, World Radio, are you asking if an individual was wrong and that individual that suffered the losses wasn't allowed to share their losses online? This individual is not directly related to this case that the restraining order was placed on. Let me look.
We could say he's a citizen journalist, but
he's not directly related to it. And
like I said, even if you
hold on, this specific restraining order does not keep hold on, Brian and Crystal from speaking about it online. So I'm curious because this restraining order specifically does not address the individuals that are directly related to the case, the people who actually suffered the loss. In this restraining order, they are not, but they may have other restraints placed on them.
PST, I'll tell you, their lawyer probably told them to keep their mouth shut.
Right.
While this stuff is ongoing.
I understand, but this is the only, I think, according to AVG, what she said, was this the only document related to the case that you could find?
Sorry, I was watching my hands. Yeah, so there's like the rest of the court case records are available, but like on Exchange or whatever, that's like a court public records domain thing, and they make you subscribe and pay a fee.
Right.
So not all district courts will have records readily available. Some of them make you go through specific like basically paid subscription sites to view court records, which is like whatever, but it is
right. So we don't know if Ben and Crystal have had this same
Gag order.
Gag order.
Well, they haven't been really talking
My
about
understanding
it.
the gag order's on Ben, is it? Is
Right.
It
Yeah.
No, it is on Ben.
Well, yeah. That's what I. That's
but I'm
what I brought
asserting
up.
if Ben and
Hold
Chris.
on, wait. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Too many cooks in the kitchen.
Hold on. Yeah. I was addressing World Radio's question, and I just wanted to point out that the defendants in this case the defendants for this in this restraining order are not individuals that are directly related to the case. This person and his co-defendants are not the people that suffered the loss. As it pertains to the individuals, Brian and Crystal Mansell, I think. I do not know if there is a legal document because we don't have access to that without a subscription to see if they have a gag order as well. So I think that if you want to maintain integrity when it comes to such a thing, I think it would be in one's best interest to speak as little about it as possible. That's just my opinion.
Oh yeah, I would tell any client of mine to do that. Don't be going out there. In fact,
right.
Oftentimes when I commence a legal action, if it does relate to certain like media publications, I tell them that they have to preserve those items and not speak about it any further. Like I send them a cease and desist letter because it does affect the outcome of a case.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Their lawyer would tell them, keep your mouth shut, let me do my job. And even though we haven't found one, we don't know if one exists or not. If they did open their mouth, I guarantee you the corporation would ask the judge, their representation would ask the judge for a gag order against Brian and Crystal.
Yeah.
Almost guarantee it. I mean, it's so common in these types of things for people who just can't keep their mouth shut.
And moreover, all of the current running of the mouth and existing
hold on.
running of the mouth.
Yeah.
Sorry?
It's okay. It's okay. I know. I'm trying to answer the questions in the chat. World Radio, it was Bricks and Minifigs that asked for the restraining order against Reckless Ben and his cohorts.
My bad, showrunner. It's her show. It's her show, and she'll do what she wants. Okay. But yeah, and moreover, the running of the mouth that they have done to the date of the request for the gag order is all evidence. So I want that preserved. I don't want it removed. I want it preserved and put into the court record for the purposes of dissemination and adjudication.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna block I'm gonna block my camera for a minute. I'm still here, but go ahead, you guys.
I was gonna say that's another strange thing is they had spoken, Reckless Ben and a couple of them, so far on the fact that they hadn't been requested their footage for discovery yet, and their lawyer had even told them that he thought that was surprising because here they are with a gag order telling them to remove it, yet they don't even want it sent to them. In my opinion on that's probably because it makes them look terrible.
Well, they've already been told. They've been in the order. It says that they are not to destroy or alter any of the content that has already been released. It makes that very specific.
So that would be
and that's
spoliation.
exactly. So you again maintaining the integrity of what could be used against them. They're not allowed to delete it, and that includes stuff that went on inside a Discord. Like So based on that verbiage in this document, sounds like that they are most likely going to ask for that content.
Oh yeah,
right. But preventing spoliation is different than like discovery. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I was just surprised by that personally. That's all.
Yeah. So spoliation, the technical term is like just as explain it in a regular, just lay people terms. Spoliation refers to the action rather of destroying or basically eliminating parts of evidence. It is automatically assumed in a case, although there's been discussion amongst judges and courts as to how much weight should be actually applied to this. It's presumed that the destruction was because the evidence is incriminating. And so doing that, doing the act of spoliation automatically results in a bias towards you because it's assumed that
A
if
negative
that
inference.
evidence were
Yeah.
to have been disclosed, it would have proved the other party's case.
Yeah, and the jury or the judge can make a negative inference toward
Yeah,
the party
negative
that does
inference.
that.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if that was too
Yeah,
legalese.
Well, I know a little bit about it. I'm certainly no expert. I just find this all very interesting and definitely worlds more complicated than I originally thought. I definitely thought it was pretty. I knew there was a lot of moving parts. I'd heard about that even on Thursday, and I just thought like it's all Ben's fault basically. It's because he got all these people involved and he did this and he did that. Like that was the way that I was looking at it. And really at the end of the day, like let me be clear, I don't agree with how he handled it. I still, like I said, stand 10 toes down on that. I don't agree with how he handled it. But, regardless, and also one could ask, like, why would Brian call him in, right? But at the end of the day, I think it was just desperation. And it's just, absolutely insane when you start going down the rabbit hole because it's one of those things where if you have a problem with 10 people, are the 10 people the problem or is it you, right? Well, if Reckless Ben's having a problem with this corporation and the people within it and the police, it automatically you assume like it's just Ben being crazy, right? And then you come to find out like, no, there's years of drama with this corporation. They do hostile takeovers all the time. They treat their franchisees like crap, according to them. Yeah. And they're doing all this shady stuff, and the police are like violating his rights. It's just crazy.
Okay, so does Ben have so on that claim that Bricks and Minifigs often does hostile takeovers and pretty much rips their franchisees off. Does he have evidence of said past behaviors by said corporation?
Well, I know that I've seen two separate podcasts that have interviewed two separate, like, former franchisee owners. Like, they have paperwork, they have proven they were definitely owners of franchises at one point, who were both supposedly, although this particular part can't be proven, at least not yet, supposedly ripped off with money. Yes.
I think it's Leah.
And they didn't have anything to do with Ben.
It was claims that were not substantiated in the legal system.
That's what I'm asking. Like, is there any?
Nothing was gone through the legal system. These are all
Did these franchisees take the corporation to court for wrongdoing?
No, and that's one thing that several people have claimed is because these franchisees in particular were going under, and so they asked to be dissolved to like solvate back into the corporation.
Yeah, that's usually why franchisees either that or they just don't want to run the franchise anymore and they don't want to sell to an individual, so they just relinquish their assets and whatnot back to the corporation to let the corporation, and then it becomes a corporate store. So
but therefore they didn't have the money.
And then he burned the ships.
Yeah, but like if these franchisees feel as though they have been done wrong on based on a legal metric, then why have they not filed anything with a court?
Okay, so
because it costs money, and they didn't even have money to like pay the bills. That's why they dissolved.
If I can speak on that, I have to be kind of delicate about how I speak about this because it is like a friend of the family and stuff. But I had a friend of my family that had it's a wrongful termination suit. Basically, what happened is, and it went all the way to the Court of Appeal. What occurred was this: the person that I'm talking about was the head of the company, like top job, right? Big company. They had worked at this company for over, I think it was like 10 or 12 years, somewhere between then. When the company had changed hands near the ending of their employment to this company that's known for just basically acquiring various smaller entities in its field, a bunch of things had changed. So the first thing was that the accounting structure changed and the direct reporting was to this like specific individual, high degree of nepotism within that company, where they like it was like the child of one of the previous owners, and they had a very unique way of dealing with things. If you spoke out about the company, you were terminated. If you did something they didn't like, you were terminated. They had a very clear role, which was to just basically eliminate everybody in the C-suite and just have like the company be functioning as on as little dollars as possible, right? To make the most profit. That was their whole aim, right? In acquiring these smaller companies. And so they did this with the person that I'm talking about. And the person spoke out about a company issue in a meeting. And the next week, they were terminated. They were accused of financial fraud, even though they had nothing to do with the finances of the organization. There was a completely separate accountant that handled that. And they were basically offered a shitty settlement or they'll walk away. So this person sued because at the time I worked in employment law and I had quite a bit of resources at my disposal. And they were successful. And one of the things that was led at trial, I'll just speak about this because it's relevant to what we were talking about. There's a whole bunch of interesting things that are also part of the case. And if you ask me about it another time, I might talk about it. But I'll limit my comments to what's relevant for now. That there was a whole other series of cases where people in the same position, like in a C-suite role, had their company acquired by this mega corporation, and they had been fired for dumbass reasons, and they had sued. Not everybody sued, but there was enough cases to establish a pattern. And what that was useful for in terms of the trial was establishing that the company acts in bad faith, that they can't be trusted in terms of their assertions about the reasons for somebody being terminated. It's a different it's a different situation than this one, but you could argue that it illustrates a pattern of behavior in a similar way in terms of them conducting business in bad faith with franchisees, right? And it was utilized to award, in part, $600,000 in damages against this company. So is a pattern of behavior relevant in a way? Yes, but only insofar as it goes to support allegations the company has made against the other party.
So this would be, I don't know if, okay, hold on. So what is I'm having such a brain fart right now on the type of lawsuit where, how many parties does it take to, what is it called? A class action. Class action, right?
I've also dealt with class actions.
So okay, so this is okay. So kind of what I'm asking is, would this fall under that criteria where okay?
No.
So if multiple franchisee or past franchisee owners got together to file a claim, it wouldn't be like a class action.
Well, that would be so here are the reasons I've actually worked on a class action case. So I do have some familiarity with it. And from what I understand, you guys have pretty similar proceedings. So in order for a class action to be successful, it goes through two processes. The first is what we call a class action certification. And the second one is obviously the litigation itself. In order for a class action certification proceeding to be successful, the parties will have to establish two things. Number one, that the causes of action amongst the plaintiffs as a group are the same. For instance, we all had business losses because the acquisition of the franchise corporations individually, right, imposed a certain kind of requirement on us, right? And as a result, we all have business losses. So there's a requirement that's instilled by the operating company and a corresponding business loss, right? There is a unification in terms of the what we call the cause of action or the reason for litigation amongst the plaintiffs. The second thing is that the representative plaintiff, the plaintiff who represents the class, has to be adequate in terms of a representative. They have to have the same cause of action. They have to be agreeable to the other plaintiffs and to counsel, and they have to be able to represent all of the plaintiffs. They have to have some kind of knowledge as to what went on. Okay? Well, there's a lot of class action proceedings who don't pass the certification stage, which in and of itself is years long, right? Because they don't meet strict requirements. So in this case, Sure, maybe the other franchisees have some kind of business loss that correlates with Brooks and Menfink's executive decisions, but that would be a separate case that wouldn't be litigated within this one.
Okay, and so the other question inside of, do we know what the verbiage is inside of the contracts between the corporations and the franchisees?
That hasn't been produced, not that I can find, in the context of the court record. So absolutely not. I would be looking for the purchase agreement, right? Between the franchisee and Brooks and Menfix. I have not seen that.
Right, but there's a contract, right? There's a contract between the corporation, and the franchisee, and I want to know what the verbiage is inside of that contract because I want to know what the franchisee is limited to.
I do as well.
Because
if anybody has that, send it to us.
because if in fact they signed that contract when becoming a franchisee, they agreed to those terms, and if they stepped outside of those terms, then the corporation had a valid legal reason to terminate the contract with the franchisee and do the hostile takeover.
Correct.
Yeah. So
would they have been successful? Who knows? But grounds would have existed at that point.
Yeah. So I would love to see that.
Look at hey,
look.
Minds.
Yeah, like I want to see it. Anybody, you got it? You can find it. You got a subscription to one of these court document sites. Hey, you can DM people on YouTube now. Did you know that?
Really?
Can you?
Yeah.
Lord help us all.
There's direct messaging on fucking YouTube. Yeah.
Here come my secret
I don't know that I like
admirers
I don't know that I like that.
Uzbekistan.
I don't know that I like that, but I mean
AVG, find you very, very sexy for the Canadian streamer. Would you like to come and I will sell 2 goats to buy your ring.
I like you have mouth and the birthing hips.
Nice teeth. Very nice teeth.
All of yours, or you buy some?
So Charles, I honestly don't know how because I'm not doing it.
Please don't tell him how. Do you know who Charles is?
No, who is Charles?
Charles is like Kieran's resident degenerate.
Oh,
Did you see he said gag order, tell me more? Did you not read that?
I didn't see that
Jesus,
one.
Jesus.
I mean, I did say giggity, but
Good Lord Almighty. Have mercy on us. See, says Paige, shush, sweetie.
No, shush. No,
Sweetie.
don't say that. Don't dead name people. Yeah. Oh my goodness gracious, you guys! I am like.
how long have we been going? Oh,
7 hours, 19 minutes. Yeah.
And I've still got my stream to do tonight.
Yeah. So I think that
we shut her down soon.
I think we shut her down.
What is your stream?
Yeah, let him promote it.
Yeah, I'll let you guys show. Go ahead, Dr. Functional. You first.
Well, I'm going to get my link. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me.
Oh wow,
Girl.
Jeez, Louise, ham and cheese.
Oh shit! I closed my damn stream element, but that's okay. I don't need it up now.
I'm gonna be able to post
Hey,
this
Crucible
here,
Crusader.
right?
Good to see you, sir.
Welcome in, sir.
Hi, Cece. Did Uncle Tom fall asleep?
No, I'm here.
No,
Can
you
you hear
just
me?
talked.
Oh, sorry. Okay, maybe that's my fault. I walked away for a second.
Yeah,
I just think
yeah.
No, I was just listening to women talk law is really awkward.
Really?
I mean, if we know what we're talking about.
Was this your first
Female
time?
lawyer, I'm good on having a female lawyer ever in my life.
That's fair. I understand.
Well, I probably wouldn't choose one either, but that doesn't mean we're completely
incompetent.
Yeah. I mean, I'll give her a pass if she's Jewish.
I was trained by at least 3
Oy
amazing
vey.
male mentors, so I do have the benefit of the male.
How many were
line.
Jewish? Come on.
Are you allowed to say what
one.
state or no?
No, two. I think two were Jewish. Yeah, two were Jewish. One was Christian, Protestant.
Oh shit! Well,
Yeah.
2 out of 3 ain't bad. I put it in the side chat because it's not letting me post links
Oh
in the
yeah,
chat.
because you're not a mod. I got
Fuck, I don't even know. Yeah, 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock. So like just under 2 hours from now, you can find me, my co-host Harry, and my other co-host Skep Talk, where we just shoot the shit, kind of like this, but not as long format with the topics. We kind of just shoot the shit about random topics. Is actually how I first learned about bricks and minifigs, as we talked about it last week, and that's where I got my basic understanding of the case. And Leia's right; it is weird AF. So I'm hoping this can get resolved pretty quickly and concisely in the system, so we can find out what the fuck happened.
Yeah,
I agree.
And again, anybody that's watching, if you have access to some more documents, we would love to see them.
Get our teeth into those.
Stay tuned.
Yeah,
Stay tuned. Like I said, I'm going to do a little something because I've been deep diving and hunting for things as well. I've got a couple things.
Came on my YouTube feed. Is it McGinn? Is it Mig or some shit?
Minifigs.
Minifig, like minifigurine. Yeah.
It just came on my YouTube feed actually. The copies.
Gee, I wonder why. Watch that. That's good.
The algo is working. All right. Yeah.
Seriously, though, I checked the Social Blade. Guys making bank over this.
Drop Dr. Functional's link in the chat if you haven't already. Go over there, sub. Watch.
I get a little bit more Canadian over there too, eh?
About time.
I'm never as bad as certain members of the panel, ABG.
About.
So we're talking about Keesley.
Fucking right, bud. Right through the screen door, just like big milkman.
That's how they actually talk in court too. They put on the weird powdery white wigs and.
No, that's Britain.
Don't our justices? Oh no, they don't anymore.
They don't. And we're not required to robe unless we're Supreme Court or higher. We don't have to robe in small claims.
What am I thinking of that still
I
wear
do have
the
tabs
wigs?
though.
I'm tripping balls.
Oh, I have a beef. I have a beef. That'll be my shelf for tonight. The beef is no pun intended, actually, but was it with these burger joints that like do the smash burger, but like because I just got one, but it's like the kind that it's like it's super thin, so it's just like crusty and fried, and it's like there's like not even any meat. What the fuck?
We call that a smooshed.
I hate smash burgers. I will not eat a smash burger. I refuse.
That's the dumbest
It's
thing.
mostly for fundraising, ABG. That's where my mind was making the
It's a
connection to where they
smoosh
still
burger.
wear wigs, like students and stuff will
It's
dress up in the.
Yeah.
It's chop steak, isn't it? It's chop steak.
No, it wasn't.
No, he's talking about a hamburger.
It could have been chopped, honestly, but it was just all
very thin and crispy. Yeah, it's a thin. Crispy
Other places
burger.
call it a messy burger. Like it's just where they take the meat and instead of making them like beautiful uniform patties, they literally just smash it.
You put it in a ball and you press it down hard.
It's not chop. It's not chop. We call it in New York is a chopped cheese, right? That's an entirely different sandwich. That is
that's
chopped steak, not ground beef.
That's more like a Philly. Yeah, that's more like a Philly.
Yeah.
Northeastern.
All right. Come on, let's keep shelling.
Okay,
Leah,
I'm next.
no, okay, go.
I'm in correspondence with Ryan Mullally. Natural Law with Ryan Mullally. Thanks, World Radio, for that. We're trying to get a collab to get happening. I proposed this actually to him. Maybe he has access to Exchange. I assume so. And maybe he can get us.
That would
these
be
records.
awesome.
In terms of debates, we got Emmett against Witchy Bishy on the 19th. I'm moderating that. Christianity is witchcraft? Question mark. Obviously, Wishy's on the affirmative. And I have a secular marriage is bad for men debate against Anson on the 26th, I believe.
Against who? Sorry.
Anson Knowles.
Oh, okay. cut out
I know
for a half
that.
second.
Yeah, I know that it's
Are you
on
going to
grids.
set up the School of Thought one? Was that
Sorry?
you? No, that wasn't you.
No, yeah, that's not me. That's
School of Thought wants to debate.
Bless
me.
you.
Thank you.
yeah, the big-chested ginger chick with the glasses. Not me. Definitely not.
Now I'm listening. You have my attention.
Nova Star School of Thought THOT, and go follow her.
No, thank you.
Oh, that's
so she
AVG,
enjoyed
Make
the
sure you
follower.
know.
You want to
She
drop
makes
your
sure you
link in
know
the
what.
chat? I mean, I think everybody in here follows you already, but just in case, you want to drop your link in the chat?
I'm on my
Oh,
lips
you're on
right
your
now.
phone. Okay.
So no dice. In terms of my next stream, normally I do it on Mondays. I do a Monday off of work. So
Don't touch grass.
my plan is to have fun and hang out with friends on Sunday night, tomorrow night. So I might not be functional for a stream on
I
Monday.
would hope you're not me.
But we'll see. Maybe I'll behave
things
myself.
contained.
I have choir practice after liturgy tomorrow, so I'll be in church most of the day, and then I'm hoping to sleep. If I sleep, I'll go out and have a good time with friends. If not, I'll probably stream on Monday. So if not, look for me or like kind of midweek. I'm going to be going on Rebecca Mariano's, aka Book of RLM. We're going to be doing a girl talk, which none of my viewers are going to want to watch, about makeup, designer handbags, and what?
Me?
You want to join?
I'll watch.
You'll watch? Okay. Do you want to join? I could ask her.
Maybe.
Let me know, ladies. We're going to be talking.
I do like
skincare.
makeup. I might not. I don't like. I like makeup.
Yeah, we're going to be talking skincare, makeup, not actual plastic surgery, but like, other dermatological procedures that we've had done, and also designer handbags and accessories. So catch me for that. Yay. That's the channel I used to want to do before I
You
got
guys
into
are
debating.
you're so anti-feminism.
I know, right? It's crazy.
I'm so shocked by you guys. I really thought you guys were the same as everybody else. Now I realize you're just not. You guys are different women. Special. all of you are special.
The high degree of sarcasm there is most certainly appreciated, sir. Yeah, I used to be more vapid than I am. I've limited my vapidness by a significant degree. But yeah, when I was in my 20s, I used to like just collect Chanel bags like it was candy. But I've sold most of them. I've moved on. I try and focus on the
little Plato's Closet sale.
Yeah. I've heard of that. I've never sold on that. I usually did all my own listings on eBay.
Yeah, I would never take a fucking Chanel bag to Plato's Closet. You got me fucked up. They can't afford to pay me out.
Yeah, didn't they go bankrupt or something, or what happened there?
I don't know. They're still up and running. Yeah. I mean, to be honest,
Hey,
like
y'all.
I do go there. I go there and I have an issue with Air Maxes, a specific Air Max, and I can find damn near brand new Air Max for way less than retail price at Plato's Closet, so I do use them quite a bit for that.
Yeah, I used to off-dark hair. But yeah, so
Hey, y'all.
catch me and perhaps the other ladies on that to see a lighter side of me, and perhaps a side of you that will say, is she a raging feminist in the material sense? And go hate on me for that. Give me L's in the chat. I will love it. Please do that. Follow me now.
Yep. All right. I dropped AVG's link in the chat for those of you that don't follow her. Go follow her. Watch her videos. She's even better than me.
Oh, come on.
You are.
I will show my I am critical of the manosphere as well. So the actual godfather of the manosphere.
Thanks,
Could I cut you off for just 2 seconds? I'm so sorry. I have got to run. You don't have to shield me. I appreciate you having me so much. Adore y'all.
Absolutely.
Have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Have a good night.
See ya, Leah.
Go ahead, Tom.
Let's get her link.
That was
Give
it. I
up
put
GSD.
an X link. His name's Paul Elam. He's the godfather
No,
of
you told me about him.
Manosphere Red Pill.
What?
But I am critical of him too. I'm not.
Isn't Rolo Tom?
No, I think Paul was before him.
Huh.
But I'm not sure. I haven't read any of their books or anything like that. So anyways, yeah. So I was he was pretty pissed off at me. So we're going back and forth on the timeline a little bit. So
And here I thought the OG was Ralph Cramden.
he could be. He could be. This guy is considered one of them.
Bam! Zoom straight to the moon, Alice.
I did drop Leah's link in the chat as well.
Thank you, DSC. I know she wanted to talk more. I feel kind of bad for stealing her thunder, but I didn't know she had to go.
She's got it. No problem.
Follow Leah. She's great. She's almost got 700 subscribers. Let's get her there, guys. Let's get her to 1K.
Nice.
That's cool. So all you guys are streamers. You're just a group of streamers.
Yeah.
I get it.
I mean, I wasn't a streamer before. Now I am.
Yeah, no, I mean, I chose. You heard why I kind of chose this. I mean, actually, this was actually requested of me. Like somebody wanted me to do content, and so I obliged. And it's not half a bad idea in the position that I'm in. If I'm sitting around the house most of the time, if I can make use of that time and be productive, so that I can better provide for myself. I mean, through donos and whatnot, then why not?
I share that sentiment. I think it's a great idea.
You're one of the few examples where I would allow a woman to be on the internet.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
she's great.
I mean that. I also allow that for third world women.
Oh, for me?
Canada's Canada's not third world.
I mean, Mark Carney's leading us right now, so
third world in Canada. If you're a native in Canada,
don't remind me. And just gave $10 million to Hamas.
They kill natives. They kill a ridiculous amount of natives.
APG, soon you'll be able to file for refugee status in the United States.
I'm about ready to. Yeah, once I finish my
H-1B
stuff here, I might try to immigrate.
You know what is great though? There is a tax treaty between Canada and US. So when I went through all like my taxation and like insurance registrations and stuff for being a streamer, because apparently that's a liability that my insurance company now wants to correct. I found out that we actually have a reduction on our taxes on our work that's paid through Google. So
that's cool.
That's cool.
All right, it's only down to 45% now. Not bad.
No, it's actually less. It's 0% on certain like royalties and dividends that I get paid out, and I think it's like 10% on movies and film publications.
Yeah.
If I ever get into that, which I don't have any, interest in.
Do only
yeah, there's always OnlyFans.
I'm gonna say, let me think about this for 1 second. No.
DSD question: where can these fine people find you next?
I don't know right now. I have to look at my work schedule and see what my availability is.
Lob it in there. She should have hit it out of the park, but instead she bunts.
No, I just got next week.
Balls.
Yeah, I just got next week's schedule yesterday, so I have to look at it a little closer. And then I gotta talk to my mods and find out what their availability is, because I literally at one point during this stream, and I know that it had some to do with the reexamination show, but at one point I had like half the amount of subscribers that I have in here, which means that my chats are growing, which means that I am going to need actual moderation so that I can get rid of the Stream Elements moderation, because Stream Elements moderates out things that
don't necessarily
need to be. Hey Rex, just on time. I'm getting ready to shut down.
My advice, DSD, create a mods only Discord chat or create a server.
I have.
Cool, and then look at your analytics and keep an eye on.
Will you go visit my Discord, please? You have a special. Yeah, I created roles. You have a special role. You're not a moderator, but you do have some permissions above the plain old weirdos. You are the deaconess's hand.
I see YouTube. Yeah, I see YouTube mods. See, I turned off like notifications for all my Discord stuff. So
yeah,
let me see. I have a role. The deaconess's hand. The hand will slap thee if thou steppeth out of order.
Yeah, the guys are deacons. And
Why am I a weirdo? I'm
that's
not
what
weird.
that's what my followers are. They're
Oh.
weirdos. You're all weirdos.
I've been trying to shake that image since I was bullied in high school. Bugger.
I don't fucking
You're not
take it
doing a
as an
good job
insult
of it.
anymore. We are the weirdos,
We're
mister.
supposed to be cool now, okay?
We are the weirdos, mister.
Like The Craft, the iconic 90s film about teenage witches.
Yeah, but still, I am a
You do
weirdo.
strike me as a Feruza Bulk type, yeah.
Me? I did like
No,
her.
AVG.
I was about to say, I actually, when I was younger, I didn't like, I liked her style. I did like Feruza Balk's style.
She looks good too for her age now. Like I saw a recent photo of her and I'm like,
Not
wow,
bad.
she looks pretty good.
Yeah, so I mean, as I tend to do, if I have an upcoming stream, I will absolutely try to plan it 24 hours in advance. That way you guys have notice. So I do have one more thing that I would like to share. I did work very hard on...
Is this your song?
Yeah, it's my song.
Wait, just before we're gonna let her glaze over the lesson that she's supposed to learn, always be content streaming. ABCS, right? You always gotta have content planned for your viewers to remain excited.
I know.
Coffee is for content streamers, okay? All right, let's go on with the song.
These are for streamers.
Yeah, coffee is
All
for
right.
streamers. Always be streaming.
Let me get it pulled up her.
Hey, Rex. Good point, Charles.
He made it back to turn his stream off. I'm going to end mine.
You can end it too for future reference. You can see your linked accounts for your restream, and I can show you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They had a fun time watching. They were commenting. They were engaging still. So I didn't turn them off.
Yeah, fair enough.
Viewer watch hours for re-examination and me at the same time. Works out. All right, so let me...
Subs. He doesn't have enough considering the good content he produces.
All right.
Robin Tunney too, Crucible. I have such and have had such a crush on that woman for like decades now.
What does she look like?
Robin Tunney, she's
yeah, she was the main character and
right,
And have you ever-
the brunette hair and the
Yeah.
bangs. Yeah,
She got
and
hit.
have you seen The Mentalist?
Yeah, her. Yeah.
No.
I don't know. She's been in a lot of stuff.
Yeah. She's very pretty. I think she's very pretty. I like for whatever reason. I liked her hair for whatever reason. I don't
It looks very luscious and properly maintained.
know. All right, we ready?
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's
we're ready.
tiny, too. I could fucking whip her
You
around.
came in all slick, then your words went astray. Hot feet, no wind, topic of the day. You left me here by the gate again. Hands in your pockets like you never been. Say it straight, say it clean. Check your work for fallacy. He's a track star, he's a runner. He's a track star. Keeps backing down bad faith summer. He's a runner. He's a track star. He's a runner. He's a track star. I can see you gone in the gutter. Scraped up shoes on the schoolyard line. You chase that wind every single time. We called your name, you turned away. Always first to bolt when the critics all say it straight. Say it clean, check your work for fallacy. He's a track star, he's a runner. He's a track star. Keeps backing down bad faith summer. He's a runner. He's a track star, he's a runner. He's a track star. I can see you gone in the gutter. more step, you could turn around, but your own 2 feet keep tripping you to the ground. The door is open, I won't beg. If you want this chance, then stand instead. He's a track star, he's a runner, he's a track star. Keeps backing down bad faith summer. He's a runner,
And blowing the fire into my face, but I don't care. It's worth it. Hold my lighter in the air. Fucking burn. That was fucking righteous.
And that is the end of this stream. It will. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lock off. Oh, shit.